Maybe one day I'll just let everyone be, without me correcting them all the time. And that, God, I bet we'd all love that. I bet we'd all love that. Yes. So, what kind of dogmas getting pushed in the side chat tonight? I see we had. Did anyone mention the resurrection, or are you pushing your same old song and dance about hard determinism, or about liberty? How there's liberty to choose in Christ Jesus. How all who call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Yeah, yeah. Push some dogma, y'all. The best y'all got. Belly up, pour it out. Present your logical conundrums to one another, and may your religious butt hurts continue to heal, and your bitterness diminish, and your commitments to the truth increase involuntarily. Oh, Peter W. talk about they have no obligation to the truth, I can tell. Gee whiz. God, that must be tough, Peter W., to be so obliged to the truth and all these other rascals running around here with no obligation to the truth. Oh, relax. Nobody loves the truth until the truth reveals himself and shows himself lovely. But I'm sure, Peter W., if you're like me, your obligation to the truth is very comforting. Very comforting. Yes. Deep down inside, you just feel it that you are a dedicated uh, believer. Yeah. Dedicated. Yes. Good, Peter. Good. Good. Ace, are you still here or have you muted your volume so that you can't hear the words that I say, as is your custom when I speak? Yes. I was hoping your nausea level would diminish, but I do lay it on thick. It's part of my calling is to test boundaries, find out where they currently are. Yep. I'm a chronic boundary jumper. Chronic boundary jumper, Ace. Yep, your boundaries. So it doesn't surprise me if you behave just like Jill and go off to fix your carburetor to guard your little emotions in your heart from words. From words. Oh, yep. Y'all want to come on in? Hell no, you don't want to come in. But you might. Some of you might. It could happen. I do well to keep an eye on the back on the back, what do they call it? The green room, to be a commodious host. Yes. By the way, Ace, you do hold my gratitude. Of all the pilgrims, of all the brothers who are in Christ Jesus on the internet, I guess you, sir, have exercised extreme nausea management and extreme patience with me. And you hold my gratitude. It's not your fault. By the way, where you been, Ace? I ain't seen you around. I noticed. I noticed. You been healing up over there? Out in Mormon land or wherever it is you are? Nestled by the will of God? Hmm. You better keep consistent, Ace. At least some of your fanatics drift away. Yes. I understand you in part, Ace. You're a little bit new to being famous. Yes, micro famous. And being a good sect leader. Yes, a true knowledge pusher. Ace is one of the best true knowledge pushers. He's a true knowledge troll par excellence. That's French for big. Yeah, yeah. True knowledge troll he is. Yeah. And I do fear that Ace doesn't understand us special grace trolls. Oh yes. Oh God. Oh, he doesn't understand the ropes of trolling grace instead of true knowledge. Yeah. Us ass clown grace pushers. Oh yeah. We'll do backflips and shit right in the face of God and deposit grace right under the hungry, holy mouths of little children of God. While all you seriously advanced knowledge trolls, true knowledge trolls, you guys are tight assed, tight, which is virtuous, of course, because you're not special. You're so ordinary in Christ, yes. If you feel like you're in Christ, yeah, yeah, so ordinary. Oh, don't you writhe with jealousy? Oh, oh, when another steals your attention. Yes, it's a terrible thing to crave attention and then someone else comes in and steals yours. It's terrible, terrible. I speak from experience. Some say all human beings are attention hogs. Of course. The link is not live. The link is not live. The link is not live. Are you calling me, dude? Are you trying to tell me something? Oh, okay. So I got a bogus link up there, huh? All right. All right. Well, let's see. Well, apparently the link was valid enough because you made your way in here. Welcome, Saya. Hold on. I'm new at this. Welcome, Ace Theo of God.
The link is still not live. It was only Halsey who gave it to me.
Well, okay.
You erased the link
Well,
accidentally.
okay. I'm a fuck up, Ace. You've shown me up. I'm not as professional as you are. I'm more mentally retarded and I act more special more often. Okay. Okay. But thank you for coming in, sir. My
Mhm.
captain. My captain. Yes. Did you receive my chide about not pasting on all that truthful dogma onto the gospel? Did you hear me?
Yes.
I want to encourage you to do that because you do push a lot of truthful dogma, a lot of sacred truths, and you do so at the expense of the gospel itself.
I think you're full of bulla
Yeah, well, that's just
because truth is good news. And if Christ rose from the dead, it has everything to do with everything.
yeah, that's
So
cogent.
there are other things to talk about that complement all that Christ accomplished on the cross. And one of those things that Christ accomplished on the cross was to become the first fruit of them that rest in sleep.
Well, that was succinct.
Yes.
Well, I recall asking you 4 or 5 years ago or 3 years ago, if ultimate universal reconciliation was a essential part of the gospel.
The
And you
two
know,
are intimately tied together.
you're interrupting, sir.
Yes, I am.
Tighten up.
No, I have freedom.
You said, of course, you do. Liberty. You have choice. Thank you. But you said at that time, I said, is ultimate universal reconciliation an essential part of the saving message of God, the gospel? And you said, and you went on to talk about the evangel and how there were two evangels and how the evangel to the Jews was going to be reinstated during the 1,000-year millennial reign. And I asked you again, maybe a couple of weeks later, is ultimate universal reconciliation an essential part of the gospel? But you still, I don't think you're hearing my inquiry. So I ask you now, Ace, according to the best that you understand, your most sacred revelation that God has given you thus far, that you have either earned by your serious research, or perhaps God has just downloaded it into your head, is ultimate universal reconciliation an essential part of the saving message of God in your mind?
Of course,
And
because
well, I disagree.
if God saves one, he must save all.
Well, that's an interesting implication of the gospel. But is it the gospel itself? I
If
say no.
God
And I
saved,
say
the
that
gospel is that God saved Christ.
I guess Christ needed salvation. Yes.
Because he was dead.
Yeah, double death. I've heard it before.
He became sin for us.
But sir, universal in my mind, ultimate universal reconciliation is true in a dogmatic kind of way. But it ain't, it's an implication of the gospel. And if you go around, because the gospel ain't special enough for Ace, he's got to glob on that esoteric truths, the implications of the gospel. He just can't be like other preachers that can't.
Part,
Hold on, I'm not through yet.
yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you.
I don't think this is going to last long with this setup with Tommy controlling Ace. He's probably going to interrupt him and then put him backstage, and then Ace will leave, I'm guessing.
are.
It's too plain for you, Ace. You
No,
want to be like Canton Baptist Church in New Providence, Rhode Island, or wherever. You don't want to be like them Christians that you ride and bitterly complain about a lot. The gospel's not good enough for you. They're pasting on legalism to the gospel, and you're pasting on ultimate universal reconciliation to the gospel.
And what is legalism if not a defeater of the good news?
That's beside the point.
That is the point. The gospel is so powerful, so wonderful, that it begins with Christ and it doesn't stop until death is abolished.
Yeah, he said that is the point, but he didn't really address what Tommy was saying. That he's globbing on esoteric universal reconciliation. The funny thing is Tommy doesn't really know how to argue. He just throws things out there, but he can't finish the conversation.
Because Christ is the first fruit of them that are reposing.
I think you've got an evangelical aversion, even though you're on YouTube a lot. You're on YouTube reading scriptures, promoting gracious truths, promoting sacred truths. But nonetheless, I think you have an evangelical aversion. And I wish I could make you tighten up, Ace. I really do. But I guess you're called to push your sacred truths, your pet dogmas,
So are we saved by legalism? Is that good news, legalism?
Of course not. The
Well,
law is
then why
the
not?
law is a
Why not fight
primer
it?
to bring one to Christ Jesus.
Yeah.
Do you ever suggest people to go to Christ Jesus to call on the name of the Lord? Do you ever promote the goodness of the faith, of believing? Rarely. All I hear Ace is about most times about universal reconciliation, double death.
Okay, boys and girls.
Yeah, well, Tommy, he's a hard determinist. He doesn't think you can do anything. He has no responsibility to do anything. He's not. His philosophy is that he's not doing anything. So talking to him is like talking to a brick wall in a sense. I mean, not. I don't think so in reality. I think in reality that you both have responsibilities. You're both capable of doing things. But when someone holds a philosophy that long, you're not going to really get through to them, as you can see in the live streams, perhaps even in this very conversation.
Girls, please believe right now for Tommy's sake. It just bugs the shit out of him that you don't believe. So go ahead and believe. That'll make him happy.
Well, do I not reserve the right to copy the Apostle Paul and encourage other human beings to embrace believing and embrace repentance?
Oh yeah, right. Romans 10:9, Acts 17:30. This is where even the Paulinians, like Ace, depart from Paul, right? All the exhortations he gives. Oh, those are just things that he was saying. Oh, you're going to repent. You're going to believe when God wants you to. There's nothing you can do. So Tommy's kind of challenging this. But again, Tommy's challenge can only go so far.
I don't hear you doing that. I don't hear
I wonder
you
why.
because you don't understand it.
Really? How do you know that?
Isn't it interesting how much time Tommy spends with his heavy language, his influential language, trying to always move people, get them to change something while saying there's no laws? What does that tell you? That he's trying to make people contour around the laws that he thinks don't exist? Or he thinks he should just tell people what to do based on his feelings? You can't really get these answers out of him very easily. There's a good reason for that.
That I don't understand.
It's not a knowledge claim, it's a discernment.
Well, whatever the difference is. How do you know that I don't
You
discern
don't discern the function of faith, the faith, and thus you don't know how to promote it.
Really?
Truly.
I am probably the only one you know who makes a big deal about the faith of Christ as opposed to our own personal faith.
Yeah, I've heard that doctrine out of you, Ace. It's faith, Christ, not mine. Yeah, examine yourself and see that you are in the faith.
Yes, let's please do that for you. Are you truly in the faith, or are you just in the mode of sophistry?
I'm in the faith.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Truly.
Did Christ's resurrection from the dead change everything?
What is the faith?
I have faith that Christ's resurrection from the dead changes everything.
Okay, that's Ace's portrayal of the faith. Listen up. Here we have Battle of the Dogmas. St. Tommy says, quote, "The faith is the Lord Jesus Christ was crucified, entombed, and rose from the dead on the third day. Full stop." Push that dogma. What are you pushing? Some esoteric dogma about, oh, it's Christ faith. Yeah, maybe I've got a little bit. That doesn't matter, but it's Christ faith. How can you push the faith if you don't understand it? How can you proclaim the gospel so mindlessly and not understand its function, the saving message of God? Instead, you slide in some of that truthful dogma about ultimate universal reconciliation and say, see,
Yeah,
see?
yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
I deserve to be horsewhipped
No,
with a
you
real
don't.
horse.
No, you don't. You're right on time.
He's just saying a bunch of nothing. Saying that he's pulling in truthful dogma as though that's a bad thing, but what he's claiming is truthful dogma is highly questionable, and he's like, "You're right on time," which in universal languages, you're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. But this is it's the same old crap from these two.
Which makes me
Couple guys bickering, trying to move each other while saying there's no laws in place. So, what upholds their arguments and their points, and then Ace on the right's trying to convince Tommy that he's not doing anything. So there's no responsibility in these conversations at all.
chiding you folly. But still I do it. And you hear some of it, and you will be thinking about it. St. Tommy says to Ace, push the gospel. Forget your esoteric, truthful dogmas about ultimate universal reconciliation. As true as they are and as comforting as they are, implications of what he has done. By one act of obedience, many were made righteous. Push the word of righteousness on occasion, or push the word of faith on occasion that makes you kind of uncomfortable, and you all you think about is Joel Osteen or whatever. I encourage you, Ace, to study the word of faith that you might promote it, the goodness of the faith. Now, may your advanced intellect and grasp of certain sacred truths go unbesmirched.
Except when I arrive at your station.
Well, when it comes to the God,
Tommy's just laying it on here, isn't he? Like trying to tell him how to be and what to do, and then giving him a compliment. Oh man, I thought there'd be more than this.
Gospel, the saving message of God. May God give us both deeper understanding of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And that's about all the pissy upbraiding I have for you tonight, Ace. I hope it was pleasant.
Oh.
And it's hard to unhear some stuff. Might sound like word salad. Oh, have you cut your volume down?
Not yet.
Yeah, as is your tradition. I know you're a sensitive sort, Ace. I don't blame you.
He turns that turning down Tommy as Ace is oversensitive. It wouldn't be the fact that he just doesn't want to hear the blather. It's his sensitivity that's in question, sure.
Let's see. Let's say I'm a newbie pilgrim and I want to get in Christ Jesus. How does that happen? You got an opinion on that?
It's a miracle.
Oh, yes, it is truly.
Really, we're going to do Ace memos? Smell my finger. I got booted off YouTube yesterday. Oh, no. I got booted off YouTube. Oh, that's why he's not doing streams.
I guess you don't want my opinion.
Oh, go ahead and give me your opinion.
Oh, hell no. What? You don't want my opinion about how a man can get in Christ Jesus.
Is it like a 3-step program?
Kinda. It's
Okay,
very
what are the 3
articulate.
steps?
It's very articulate. It's very succinct. Believe God that the Lord Jesus Christ was crucified, entombed, and rose from the dead on the 3rd day. Examine yourself. Do you believe that? Do you believe that, Ace?
You betcha.
There you go. There you go. You have examined yourself and see that you are in the faith. You don't have to have faith about legalism or the role of the law, or faith in ultimate universal reconciliation, or faith in baptism, or faith in the Virgin Mary, or faith in the KJV 1769. The faith is all about the Lord Jesus Christ being crucified, tombed, and rising from the dead on the 3rd day. Now, on occasion, you have seen me tack things onto it, like according to the scripture. Peter W. Exhorted me about that. Or for our justification. Or other times I'll tack on for the forgiveness of sin. But I'm tacking on the faith is the faith, and the gospel is the gospel. And whatever doctrines that one tacks on to the gospel, may one be clear about what one.
With you, let's just go ahead and start diving in.
Jump in.
Let's do it. All right. We've got our first question is coming from Manager. Manager is a frequent guest on our debate streams that we do over at Think Debates and here on this channel. And I've debated him several times, but he is an opponent of presuppositional apologetics. He says he's a Christian. I've challenged him on several things before, but so just a little background on him. But here's what he says. Question. You have said your presuppositional apologetic, or you build your presuppositional apologetic from the quote unquote ground up from scripture. Doesn't that render your entire apologetic fideism? Why or why not? I am Christian Protestant. Let me just, I'm going to jump in here real quick. I'll cut to the chase. Not in any way, shape, or form is presuppositionalism fideism. Fideism is belief in belief. It's belief on the basis of the belief. And it's faith in faith. That is not what presuppositional apologetics is. And Manager, quite frankly, you should know this. We've talked enough times that you really should know the difference. And I think that you do know the difference. I think that you're trying to smear presuppositional apologetics. Maybe not. Maybe you're asking this in good faith. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt here. But presuppositional apologetics starts from the foundation of scripture, self-consciously. Our goal is to be epistemologically self-aware or self-conscious. And what that means is this: we recognize that everybody is starting from some foundation, a metaphysical foundation and an epistemological foundation. For us as presuppositionalists, our metaphysical foundation is God himself. It's the God who is there, the triune God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Our epistemological foundation is God's revelation, specifically his special revelation, which we find in scripture. We start from that, and then we reason our way out into the world, including we reason our way to an apologetic method. The apologetic method that we find when we start with scripture is presuppositional. And the reason for that is because of passages like Romans chapter 1, verses 18 through 25, or 2 Timothy 2, 24 and 25, or 1 Peter 3, 15 and following, or Proverbs, where it says not to answer a fool according to his folly, lest you become like him, but answer a fool according to his folly, lest he become wise in his own. So the presuppositional method is self-consciously starting with the teachings of Scripture. That's why I refer to it as Scripture first apologetics. We are not attempting to start from a neutral platform or a neutral epistemology or a neutral metaphysics. Let's just begin with our own autonomous reasoning and sort of try to reason our way to God, or study the evidence, because we understand that reason and evidence and even intuition all are they're based on prior presuppositions. So we want our fundamental presuppositions to be as Christian as possible, which means starting with God, starting with the Bible, and then seeing where that takes us. Now, we're doing this, of course, with great guidance. We're not just like, it's not like each presuppositionalist comes up with his own, ad hoc presuppositional method. I mean, we read Van Til, we read Bahnsen, we read Frame, even Francis Schaeffer. We study the approach of James White, and we watch channels like the Apologetic Dog and the Think Institute. And so we have guidance along the way. It's not like we're just making it up. Okay. But what we find is the presuppositional method is Scripture first rather than being skeptic first. And as it turns out, it is the method that is used by Peter, Paul, and Jesus Christ. When you actually study how they reasoned, I'm not saying Jesus used the transcendental argument, but Jesus does use a presuppositional approach when dealing with, for example, the Sadducees. And he tells them, are you not mistaken because you know neither the Scriptures nor the power of God? So it is a method that is rooted in Scripture and also exemplified in Scripture. Non-presuppers don't like that fact, but it doesn't change the fact that it is a fact. Jeremiah, what do you think?
Well, that's a perfect answer. Just kind of how I look at it very succinctly too is, it is a misrepresentation of presuppositional transcendental thinking, because we're not having faith in faith. We're actually appealing to ontology. We're talking about to actual existence. And we're saying the whole Christian worldview, God has spoken. And so this is meaningful from the Christian worldview. We're not just appealing to a bald or mere epistemological framework. We're saying an entire worldview, not faith in faith, but faith in the God who has revealed himself. And so this person would also have to reckon with this. Is this true or not? When Jesus says the graphe cannot be broken, what does that mean? Well, the Gospel of John continues to develop what that means. And I think what Jesus beautifully says, and I have this kind of presented behind me in my light, but John 17 says, Father, sanctify them in the truth. Aletheia, what is truth? That is the end all be all question. I know Pontius Pilate kind of asked it rhetorically as though it cannot be known, but everyone has to give an answer to that. Jesus says, sanctify them in the truth. Your word is truth. And so I get that Jesus is the embodiment of truth itself, which can be personally known. So my point is, you can't answer that question, what is truth, unless the God of truth and his ultimate word, his self-attesting word, who is sovereign over all things, has revealed to us truth. And that is the transcendental proof. We would stand firm on saying, oh, you can know truth, because the God of truth, who cannot lie, has told us what the truth of ultimate reality is, namely who God is, who man is, and how we ought to relate to him.
Amen. When you start with Scripture, you get all that. If you try to start from man's autonomous reasoning, you don't get any of it. And you're left with arbitrary, unjustified, unfounded beliefs and conclusions that are sort of hanging in midair. And so, well said, brother. Well said. I think that's good.
I've been watching the Think Institute, learning.
You learn what not to do, and then you go, okay, I'm going to fix what he's doing there, and I'm going to come and do it myself. All right, let's keep it going here. Now, this is an interesting question from Tommy 9303, who is a friend of the Think Institute, and this is a brother who I know has used our GPT. We have an AI called Think GPT, and which is just, it's essentially ChatGPT with a bunch of our resources loaded into it, so it knows how to answer. I don't claim to be a tech wizard or anything like that, but Tommy asks this question: can you explain the Roman Catholic view on supernatural grace versus con-created original righteousness? And I got to say, I cannot. This is something I am unfamiliar with, and I'm looking it up furiously right now. I'm actually, as a matter of fact, I am going on to the Catholic Answers website to try to get an AI summary from Justin AI, which is their AI. It's like their version of Think GPT, or maybe that's the opposite. Maybe our thing is our version of theirs. But concreated original righteousness, I believe, is a reference to Adam's original state in the garden pre-fall. But don't quote me on that. And then supernatural grace. Are you familiar with these terms and
I'm
concepts?
familiar. I don't have a good response other than I want to recommend Red Grace Media with Emilio Ramos. He actually gets into the deeper Protestant Reformed conception, and it goes all the way back to Adam pre-fall on how it'd be interesting how me and you answer this, covenantally relates to God. Now, the principle that me and you, I think, would agree with is how federally Adam represents all of man, but how he relates to the creator pre-fall. That's what this gets into. And I know that there's a disagreement right out of the gate with Protestants and Reformed or Roman Catholics have understanding Adam.
So this idea of supernatural grace, I mean, that sounds like such an obvious term, but what does that mean with reference to concreted original righteousness? Do you know?
Like I said, I'm not sure. This is a great question. I know Emilio has dealt with these subjects in great depth. So Red Grace Media would be a good resource for Tommy.
Okay, that's good. I'm gonna look into this some more because okay. So let me pull this up. And I don't want to go too far down a rabbit trail, but sometimes I do like to share my research in real time. So here's what Justin AI, this is the very attractive fellow who's representing. That guy looks like a monster. But this is their AI, and I've actually done videos where I've reported on my debates with Justin AI. I used this website quite a bit when I was preparing for my purgatory debate last year. But here's what he says, or it says: the Roman Catholic Church does not teach the concept of concreated original righteousness as understood in some Protestant or theological systems. Instead, Catholic doctrine holds that original sin wounded human nature but did not utterly corrupt it. There we go. Aha, okay. According to the Catechism of the Catholic Church, CCC 405, the harmony in which our first parents had found themselves was destroyed by their sin. The loss of original holiness and justice means that human nature is deprived of original righteousness, but not that it was created with it as a co-nature. Interesting. Salvation and sanctifying grace restore this righteousness, but it is a gift from God, not inherent or concreated. The church rejects once saved, always saved, because salvation requires perseverance in grace. Okay. So it sounds like, if I understand this correctly, which maybe I don't, it sounds like the Protestant position is that, this would be total depravity, meaning that when Adam was created, he was created with a righteous element to his nature, or a righteous nature, which was destroyed, so that when Adam sinned, the imago Dei was not destroyed, but his righteousness was destroyed. His original righteousness was destroyed. And that would be the concreated. The righteousness was created along with his human nature. That was destroyed. And Roman Catholics don't believe that, which they actually can't believe it, because they don't believe in total depravity. So total depravity does not mean that human beings are as bad as they possibly could be, but it does mean that all of our nature is corrupt. And this is just the teaching of Romans 1-3. I mean, this is, I don't want to get too far down that rabbit trail, but
I was going to say, somebody on my live stream, Apologetics from the Attic, David Lewis, he says basically the Roman Catholic view says that Adam only lost grace at the fall. And this essentially opens the door for Roman Catholic sacramental system of grace to bring us back into that neutral status.
That makes so much sense. And that is why they have their sacramental system is so important to them, because you're constantly falling out of a state of grace and then being restored back into it through the administration of the sacraments, confession to the priest, and help me out, the Eucharist and everything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
So no, that makes sense. Whereas, the Reformed position, which is to say the biblical position, is that is that there is none that is righteous, no, not one. All have gone astray. They've got the venom of vipers under their tongues. All of our righteousnesses are as filthy rags. Go look up what the prophet meant by that phrase. It is not pretty. And apart from God's undeserved grace and regeneration, no one will seek after God. No one will even desire to be made right with God. Our sins have caused a separation between us and God. And the only way to have that separation bridged is by God's totally unmerited grace. And this is why R.C. Sproul used to say regeneration precedes faith.
Joel, I was going to add to that. Yeah, I'm getting ready to debate the Flower Patch Kid himself, Dr. Leighton Flowers. And, I've listened to him a lot because I don't want to throw boogeyman terms out, but, in some ways, he's on the side of Rome when it comes down to man's choice. But that doesn't mean you have to deny the gospel of grace and so forth. But in my studying all of this, something that I really find beneficial talking with people, reasoning with them about what the gospel is. Now, we're talking about the good news. I believe it's something miraculous. Okay. And so when you look at Ephesians 2, you do get man's anthropology post-fall. And so we're dead, right? It's not just we're outside the covenant, separated. Those things.
Did you say Romans 2?
Ephesians chapter.
Ephesians 2. Yeah, I was going to say, because Romans 2 and Ephesians 2 both speak to that, but definitely Ephesians 2.
I might have said the wrong thing.
No, I think you got it right. I think I just misheard you. Sorry, go ahead.
And so those opening 3 verses talk about the absolute depth of man's ontology, being dead, not seeking God, like you were rightly quoting Romans. But what I like to just say, okay, let's skip to verse 4, and then let's work our way back, where God, being rich in mercy, made us alive together with Christ. So what I've learned when we start talking about grace, when we start talking about what does it mean to be made alive, if someone's not willing to talk about how this is miraculous, then it makes sense that they're not going to see that there needs to be a radical ontological heart change. You know what I mean? But for people in their own experience that realize a miracle happened in their heart, I was not seeking God, and whether you went to church religiously or just debauched in the world, and then it made sense. You felt a miracle deep down, which is not, it's fine. It goes all back to Ezekiel 36 with that. But if I can reason with someone, being made alive together with Christ is something miraculous because it's beautiful. Well, then now when it says that we were by nature children of wrath, now we can talk more about why we needed a miracle to happen deep more.
Yeah, that's really, really good, man. It is a miracle. Salvation is all of grace. And this is one area where you and I are definitely going to agree. The doctrines of grace express that so beautifully and so powerfully. And I love the fact, let me just quick side note. I love the fact that we own that phrase, the doctrines of grace, because that's just the perfect branding for what we believe. Speaking as I'm a teacher and a theologian, but I also am a kind of a branding guy. I try to, I do a little bit of marketing for the Think Institute, and doctrines of grace is the best term. And I remember I posted something about the doctrines of grace on Facebook several years ago, and Tom McCall, my Arminian systematics professor at Trinity, wrote back, it's not just Calvinists who believe in doctrines of grace. We have doctrines of grace too. And I just remember thinking yeah, but you don't have that name. You don't have that branding.
Yeah, that's good. Well, hey, Joel, I was going to say, I had a good question on my live stream. I posted it on yours. I didn't know if you wanted to interact with it.
I saw that. Yes. Let me pull that up.
It was a little bit earlier.
Let's see. I did see it. Was it
kind of
here? Is it about Roman? No, not about the Roman Catholic. What is the question? And I'll try to find it.
Yeah. I'll start reading it, and I think you'll find it. So KJ from Y Theology, and me and KJ are friends. It's been a while since we've actually reached out to each other. He says, I have a question. Do y'all see the distinction between Clarke's axiom approach versus Van Til's presuppositional method ultimately being different? So you got tag versus axiom, etc.
Yeah.
And maybe I can take first crack at this. I think you'll be more of an
Go ahead.
expert in addressing this. But both fall under the umbrella of presuppositional apologetics, but it is different. And I want to say, even though there's a slight divide here, many Clarkians and Van Tillians can high five and come together. But there is a difference. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. I want to say Gordon Clark saw axioms as unprovable presuppositions, but you got to start somewhere. So let's just start with Christianity and see where that train leads. And if I'm articulating that position rightly, my first beef, if you will, is that seems kind of arbitrary. So you're saying that I need to hopefully stumble across Christianity to see how it provides all the necessary truths. Now, if people think that, then praise God that he can strike a straight blow with a crooked stick. But what Van Til argued for is no, presuppositions can be proven, demonstrable. How? By the impossibility of the contrary. And so that's where we kind of vindicate the Christian worldview transcendentally, showing how it provides the necessary preconditions for our intelligible experience. So it is a different approach, even though maybe they're similar in many ways.
No, I think that's good. And it's been a while since I've looked into the Clark Van Til controversy. So I needed to brush up on that a little bit. I really appreciated that answer. The different schools of thought between Clark and Van Til also had to it came down to epistemology as well, where Clark believed that our knowledge of God is quantitatively different, or the knowledge that we know
right.
is quantitatively different from God, but not qualitatively different. Whereas Van Til believed that all we can really have is analogical knowledge. So like we know things analogous to how God knows them, but God knows them in a qualitatively different way. He knows them as creator. He knows them as the sovereign Lord of all, which is just going to be qualitatively different, which Van Til, I mean, that would seem to me to be the more thoroughly theologically Calvinist view, because God is sovereign and because God is just qualitatively different than we are. All of our knowledge is derivative, and it's going to be analogical to like we love in an analogous way, but God loves in a perfect way, in a way that only God can love. And this,
hey, YouTube out there, Tom Rabbit likes to record these. Hey, Tom Rabbit. So then, if your most foundational mental states about the world are arbitrary, then everything else that's built upon it is arbitrary.
Yep.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for just spouting make believe.
Yeah.
Don't you see the absurdity of your position?
I see how it's not exactly comforting.
No. Wow. You know what's amazing, Tonlock, is you can walk somebody and show them that their system is completely incoherent, and you say, "You see how incoherent it is?" And then they go, "Well, not really."
Oh, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, man.
Look, there's only two worlds. Okay, there's the God world or not God world. In a God world, that is the God of the Bible, because of his attribute set, we have a metaphysical basis for reason, for truth, for coherence, for intelligibility. When you can deny that God is and that he's revealed himself through creation and through human history, whatever you say is just spouting make believe, which is a violation of your criterion of belief. Okay. So you commit philosophical suicide.
Well, I think that's I disagree with that representation of it.
When I say it's philosophical suicide, in other words, you are denying the only foundation that can provide you with reason. Okay.
Well, you can assume any number of foundations that provide you with reason.
No. Wow. Oh my God. Then good. Then why don't you assume God?
I don't say there's any reason to assume God.
No. You said we can assume any foundation. Good. Assume God. If it doesn't matter what foundation you assume, then why don't you assume God? Well, we know why you don't want to assume God, don't we?
I think it's arbitrary.
then if you're saying
This
it's
is
arbitrary,
amazing.
then if you
Amazing.
say it's arbitrary, okay, you're saying that as an objection, but you've already admitted that everything else you believe is arbitrary. So you're condemning yourself.
Right,
Number
but I'm
two,
saying that
if you
God
say it's
is arbitrary.
arbitrary, if you say the adoption of the existence of God is arbitrary, that is the equivalent of saying that all the facts that you're acquainted with do not reveal God, that they don't logically necessitate referencing the necessity of God. Can you defend that? Because either you're going to see that all the facts that you're acquainted with are revelatory and indicative of God or not. So if you say that God is arbitrary, then that means you've decided that all the facts that you're acquainted with exist with independence from God. Okay, that's your position, right?
No.
No. Oh, so your position then is that facts do depend and derive upon God?
No.
Then you have no facts at all, sir. Thank you for the conversation. You just shot yourself in the head again.
I'm an epistemological nihilist.
Good. Then why are you talking?
Because I'm assuming.
Oh, shut up. Go away, you numbskull. Okay? You're such a liar. You don't live this way. Hey, I'm an epistemological nihilist, but you don't live that way.
No, I don't.
No, so you're a liar.
No.
Okay, go away before I server mute your lying dumbass.
Is that you, sir, are a wee bit double-minded. That deep down in there, you have some residual faith in
Why?
God.
Because I haven't forgot all the Bible verses.
Perhaps.
Where did you
that's
where
faith.
did you acquire this gift to be able to read people's minds?
Oh, I never claimed that.
Good, because your antenna needs to be adjusted a little bit to the north.
Well, I guess I could be wrong, Will. You might not be a double-minded man, and
You know,
God,
I try, Tommy, to show you the contradictions that make it impossible for me to hold faith, but you keep dismissing it and telling me that I still believe, which one of us is wrong about.
well, no doubt about that. Maybe both of us are a little bit wrong, or maybe I'm wrong and you're right and I'm wrong. Yeah.
Well, maybe
Look,
Jesus
sir,
already saved everybody, like A said, and there's nothing.
See, Tommy is going to become, in a sense, subjugated by Will, like under his authority, because Tommy doesn't know how to argue. Will knows how to argue a little bit more, but when you challenge his foundation, it falls apart. But Tommy, he really doesn't know how to challenge except with emotional language and ranting and filibustering. So if Will gets aggravated enough at Tommy, Tommy's going to back off. You can see a little bit of that already.
Nothing to worry about, and that's why he's not showing up. Or maybe he's not showing up because he lacks the ability.
maybe he doesn't exist, eh?
Could be.
Maybe Christ Jesus didn't rise from the dead, eh?
I'm banking on that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're banking on that. That seems odd.
Why? Because I don't see any evidence to make me want to invest in it.
No, it seems.
If someone says they don't see any evidence, this is the reason to get into transcendental categories. The way that they live, how they operate, they're assuming all sorts of things that they don't see or they can't locate in space and time. It shows how really limited their argument is, or their perception of God when they say stuff like that. I don't see evidence. I mean, what are they looking for, right? They usually don't know. They usually say, "Tell me, give me evidence." Sometimes they do answer what they'd be looking for, and they have an extravagant idea. And then you go, "Okay, well, how do you know if that extravagant idea happened that it wouldn't be hallucination?" And they go, "I don't know." So it's just kind of back to the drawing board.
I think that's the tell. That's the tell. That is your confession of fear. That is your confession of unbelief. Color me crazy if you must.
Do you equate fear and unbelief?
Now, you
Can you
sit here-
can you differentiate between fear and unbelief, Tommy?
Perhaps at times, but you sit here and tell me you have logical conundrums
Yep.
about God.
Well, your
Well-
God, yeah.
Welcome to young adulthood.
Nope, this has nothing to do with that.
Oh, God couldn't exist because I have logical conundrums about
You're
him.
you're using sophistry again. Please stop.
Okay.
Listen, it does sound like sophistry, but I'm not sure that's apart from Will's position.
I asked you a very pointed question.
Your sophistry, you mark it as evidence that God doesn't exist.
No, he can't do that, can he?
Do you have any interest in the contradictions that keep me from faith?
No,
you don't, because you're too busy trying to sell a product. No.
Hey, look,
Yeah, Tommy's going to have no chance if he takes that route. So, again, that's where Will, if he's irritated enough, he's going to dominate Tommy, because Tommy doesn't know how to argue. He doesn't know how to argue contradictions. What you do with an unbeliever in contradictions is you challenge their epistemology, how they know things, how they can get into the scriptures and call things contradictions. And then, of course, how they know that contradictions are wrong. And if they're honest, they're going to tell you, well, they don't really know, or they can't really say that being contradictory is wrong, but they don't like it, they don't advise it, and so forth and so on. You really want to move to the point that he has no position to stand on, even though he's talking boldly about what he doesn't believe and why that's the case. You point out that really, when it comes down to it, the operating system that he's utilizing, when you point out things prior to his claims that he wants to talk about, is not really internally consistent.
I got a kind streak, Will Freeman. I got a kind streak.
This
for
isn't a matter
you.
of kindness. This is a matter of reading comprehension and you understanding that I'm not still holding belief because I cannot summon it. I cannot, as Ace would say, gin it up.
Of course you can't, but you can ask for it.
And who would I ask?
Maybe the ceiling, maybe God, maybe the Lord Jesus Christ.
Does God already know everything? I've heard that.
I've done that already.
Listen to me. I'm asking you a question again. This is not a time for you to be vague. Does God already have all knowledge?
Yes, he's omniscient, although he has the ability to eclipse his consciousness.
Then what information can he gain from my prayer that he didn't already have and choose to ignore?
That's a good.
Why does he think that that's the way that prayers operate, that he's gaining knowledge, right? That his prayer is God gaining knowledge. I mean, he's trying to make the argument that if everything's predetermined and he knew you're going to pray and so forth, which is a very difficult conversation, really. I think it's interesting, though, when you get into predetermination, predestination, things like that, and you say, okay, well, if God knows everything, you know, the one guy takes the route, like the atheist takes the route, like, well, if he knows everything, then I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. The universalists and atheists take that route too. So they just try to chuck out responsibility. But there's another way to look at that. Like, okay, if God knows everything that's going to happen, but you don't, well, you have the scriptures, you have his revelation, and you have exhortations all throughout it about how you ought to be, how you should act. So since you don't know and can't know fully the mind of God, it seems to me that pushes us in the direction of behavior, of how we ought to walk while we're here.
Conundrum, isn't it?
It's his problem, not
Well,
mine.
look, there's an apostolic exhortation. It says, make your needs known to your Father. Well, why would one do that? He already knows my needs. Evidently, God is into it anyway. He solicits in prayer.
How could that possibly?
No, you're interrupting me.
How could that possibly be my problem?
Well, I was just making an example that God solicits information from you that he already knows.
Well, that's a waste of time, but it's his to waste, I suppose.
It's his, you're his toy. That's right.
Well,
He gets to do that.
then if I'm his toy, then I'm doing exactly what he wants me to do.
Well, let me tell you something, Will Freeman. If you do evil, it is good that you are afraid.
You can't even tell me what that word means.
Evil, it's not my job. It's not.
Calling Tommy out. Easy to do. And what does Tommy say? It's not my job. Because he can't finish the conversation.
My job to coin it for you.
I don't need you to. I understand what you think you mean by it.
No, you don't. You sit there and make a knowledge.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
That's an interesting angle to take with Tommy. Like, if you're not going to answer, then I think I know what you mean. It's an interesting way to get him to say something. We'll see.
You know what St. Tommy believes.
I do. You've brought it up before. You and your fear of the law bullshit.
What fear of the law do I parade?
You
before
believe in
your
the
eyes?
law, and then you believe that the law is not really applicable, but you believe in the law because it's in God's book, but it doesn't really have any binding. And everybody that's afraid of it's got really serious problems, and they believe in demons and all kind of stupid shit that you can sputter out in the middle of a rant.
Wow, Will's giving it to him pretty good here. This is kind of interesting because Tommy is going to lack defense.
Well, I'm glad to know how you really feel.
You said you wanted my best, sweetheart, didn't you?
I did bitch at you for it.
Yes. Yes. We have a disconnect because I can comprehend what the book says and you run from it.
He can comprehend what the book says, right? So again, this is where you challenge his comprehension, his epistemology, his self-perceived authority on the scriptures, which Tommy cannot do, Ace cannot do. So when Will Freeman gets angry enough, he can dominate these two who sit around, who are older than him and allegedly study the scriptures all day. Simple lines of questioning can trap them, but you know, they don't know how to challenge Will Freeman's lack of authority. They just take it when he's angry enough.
Well, are you happy in your comprehension?
I'm relieved.
Oh, good. And I can imagine that you would want to remain relieved.
I would bring others that relief if I could.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, like he's selling his relief now from the scriptures. He's offering something other than doubt.
Thus, you are evangelical to deconvert other human beings as an act of kindness. But also,
if they want the chains off, it's easy to do.
But also as an act of crystallizing your own rational understandings of which you find comfort in. Your altruism is not 100% pure.
Yeah, I haven't found anything convincing yet.
Well, you'll just to dumb it down some, you actively try to deconvert and talk people out of the faith to your own.
I try to talk them out of drinking Windex when it comes to mine too. It's not necessarily a bad thing.
And you do so honestly, but you do it for you.
What do I possibly gain from it, sir?
Reinforcing your own comforting rationale, your own to further crystallize and shore up.
See, these conversations aren't really geared to get to the truth of the matter, so they end up being like suspicion on behavior, why they're doing things, what their purpose is, which are, you know, smaller levels in a sense of purpose, which is teleology, behavior, which is ethics. Because they're both floating in a subjective idea on these matters, they're just pointing to each other's behaviors. I mean, especially Tommy, but there's a lot of claims from Will about comprehension and being convinced. And these things aren't getting to the truth of the matter, they're just giving his personal testimony on what he's experiencing. That's why you have to challenge the deeper questions, the things that people are assuming already.
Your own fear management.
Why do you think there's evidence
rationale.
mounting for the Bible? There's not.
Well,
I don't
you're
need to. I
accruing-
don't need to
you're-
gin up any sort of like
You're
supportive feelings.
you are accruing evidence against any truth of the Bible.
I don't know what that
You're
means.
piling that up.
I am not coming up with
He's piling up opinions, Tommy. He's not piling up evidence.
any evidence that supports the Bible, no matter where I look or who I
understand.
ask.
You're coming up with evidence that refutes it.
Right. that There's a
And you
distinct,
said with
noticeable, observable lack of evidence.
your own
Noticeable, observable lack of evidence, he says.
pie hole that you are apparently in the grips of playing the role of an antichrist.
Yes, and it's because of some sort of fear that you're going to now explain.
And you
Go
think,
ahead.
you think that's going to gain respect? You think that's respectable?
Whose respect do I need?
I don't know. God's?
So why would you even God's? What, Yahweh's?
Yes.
A mass murdering, genocidal Hebrew murder god is no consequence to me.
Yes. Well, you keep saying that. You're
Do
like
you
a
have
little-
any evidence?
More like what Will Freeman thinks about God in his subjective opinion with a subjective ethical system has no bearing on God. All right, he's got that a little bit backwards, doesn't he? When you ask these unbelievers, I mean, for them to understand the creator-creature distinction is one thing, and how God is treating his creature. You can even grant them, oh yeah, he did this and that, boo-hoo, right? Like whatever they want to bring up. But when you start to challenge like why those things are wrong, they can't really give you a case, but then they want to borrow from the worldview, right? They want to say there's an internal consistency in the fact that, inconsistency in the fact that God is love and then God did this, right? But that grants them the authority to go in and challenge God from an epistemology and an ethic that are self-absorbed and self-derived. And when you point this out effectively, you get the point across that they just are spouting off their emotions and opinions. And you have that with a Will Freeman type of character. He's bitter that he was a believer. He feels like he was fooled. And maybe he lost years to being hijacked and having the faith. Now, what he has now that's so grand and great, I don't know, but he's staying in YouTube circles to try to convince people to be more doubtful. But I think St. Tommy's pushing back, saying, it's not because, your will is good and you care about people, you're doing that out of selfishness. So, that's part of the conversation here.
Evidence for the existence of such a
You're
creature.
like a little child saying, "I
backwards,
hate you,
retarded
God."
child.
You're like a little child standing
Look,
on
I'm not the one throwing tantrums and flooding the whole goddamn earth because people don't like me.
Hey,
Well, he is kind of starting to throw a tantrum by what Tommy's saying there, which is Tommy's intended effect, I'm sure.
watch that blasphemy, sir. This is a Christian channel.
Not so far. You don't represent that view. You represent whatever's clever.
Sir, I am an ambassador of the Lord Jesus
You're an
Christ.
ambassador of bullshit. I have heard you just be vague constantly.
Oh,
Anytime someone brings a real question to you, you shake and shiver,
so
you
sorry.
dodge and duck, and you dance.
I'm gonna tease you, Will Freeman. I'm not
Go
gonna
for it.
help
It
you.
means a lot coming from somebody with an imaginary friend.
Yes, I am friends.
I'm
with
sorry, is it
God.
one friend or three friends? Have we decided yet?
Both and all?
Oh,
three?
yeah, that's right. He's 100% one and 100% three.
Oh, wait a second. That math don't quite flush.
Don't let that stop you.
Look, go ahead, Will.
I thought you wanted my best, Tommy. I haven't even warmed up yet. You gonna stick around for my best?
Are you gonna?
yeah. What's Will Freeman's best? He gets more pejorative. He overtalks more. He gets more insulting. I mean, again, when you let him just navigate the scriptures with his unfounded or unaccounted for epistemology, sure, he thinks he has the best, but you're going to challenge how he knows things, what truth is, what the right thing to do is, why we ought to listen to him. He's going to fall short there. And Tommy has no idea or even interest in that. So when Will Freeman gets like this, or if you ask him to give him his best, he's going to have to basically sit there and take it like is what's taking place.
Are you going to invoke Satan? Like
No, I'm going to go into your Bible and show you how backwards that fucking shit is.
Man, you got a grudge, don't you?
Did you want my best?
So Tommy wouldn't even think to say, by what standard is there a problem? Is it backwards, right? It wouldn't even come to his mind because he can't back up whatever Will answers. He doesn't have an argument of that type. So again, when he's in a position like this with Will Freeman, he's going to get dominated, which should generate, 10 or 20 more streams about Will Freeman in some sort of boohoo manner, which is a lot like his friend and counterpart Ace to the right there on the screen. They'll argue with people, but then they do boohoo memos to try to feel better or to get people to gang up against them when they're upset. This is more like a social club, feelings club, than a club committed or a group committed to the truth of the matter.
Or not.
Those SDA youth pastors.
You can talk about SDAs if you want to. That doesn't get you out of the bind. You believe in the bullshit too.
You hard. You sat in your car and waited to get gas to be law compliant. You were
I was an idiot. You're right.
You were a true blue believer in the law.
Yep.
And what did it get you?
A long wait in a gas station parking lot.
Death. The law is
I'm not dead, you idiot. You're talking to me.
The law is a minute.
Tommy's trying to steer the conversation into law, away from getting pelted by Will. We'll see if it works. It's one of his favorite pivot moves. Just say the word law, like he'll just say it, the law, and it'll like invoke this emotional response where he starts ranting about it.
Ministry of death.
Sophistry and bullshit. Tighten up.
Listen to this. If you have
you got something new?
Once I lived, but then the law came and I died. Thou shalt not covet, incited in me all manner of desire. The law stirs up sin. The law is a ministry of death, and the law is a curse unto all who seek to be justified by it.
Well, that's just real special, Tommy, but that dog won't hunt.
Well, you're the one who
It's a Jewish law that means nothing to a Gentile.
Well, now you understand that. But at the time, you were a true believer. You were.
And what does that mean?
Oh, okay. So he was trying to pull him back over to Ace's side, like, oh, no. You're just upset and in disbelief because you relied on the law in the wrong way and you got mad and abandoned your faith. But if you think about it, that, there's no law for you, it's just for some Jews, maybe you can come hang out with Ace and we can believe together, or not believe, or talk about how we're being made to believe and we're not doing anything, and so forth and so on.
Since I changed positions, Tommy, was I unfaithful to God, or did I betray God, or did I just wake up?
Positions, your position developed beyond your control.
So I didn't change positions on the law when I was a legalist.
Yes, you didn't intentionally change. It just happened.
I mean, see, Tommy could pivot into laws, ethics, morals, what Will thinks exists in reality, the laws of logic that he's utilizing, that he claims are his way to navigate the scriptures effectively and efficiently to point out they're in contradiction. Like, if he knew how to have that conversation, he could go there with them and realize that Will has an arbitrary perspective on logic and the scriptures, he believes faithfully that contradictions are a problem, which most people do. You know, I agree with him. The point is to navigate his position, his understanding of why that's the case. And if he's honest, you'll find out that he'll say, well, you don't have to be consistent. And then you have a discussion where people are purposely inconsistent in order to gain, in order to deceive, and so forth and so on. So that's a more fruitful conversation than this bickering back and forth. Even, I mean, Tommy's distraction could lead into that, but again, Tommy can only go so far in conversation. He's like his attention span isn't long enough, or isn't studied long enough to keep it going. I mean, he sits on the fence. He doesn't really have a position either. So if he asks Freeman for it and Freeman's in the right mood, he's going to get railed.
You didn't choose to get entangled in the law, and you didn't choose to get untangled from it. But one thing's for sure, you are very pleased to be untangled from it. But just because you're untangled from the law, and I'm happy for you, that don't mean you're untangled from God, because God is not the law. The law is a ministry of death.
God is not the law. So the things you rely on for consistency and reality, laws of nature, laws of logic, moral laws, none of that is God, Tommy.
Yeah.
You go ahead and shit can the whole Bible, and you comfort yourself finding more evidence.
Okay, thanks.
It.
So, is he going to lecture Ace for shit canning 95% of it, or himself for not reading it yet? Or is he just going to chide Will for allegedly getting rid of it all? What's the acceptable percentage for St. Tommy?
It's a folly.
Yep. Looks like we understand each other.
And I will continue to troll you.
Is that what you think you're doing?
In the name of our Lord Jesus.
Yeah, there it is. Just this conversation just triggered, 10 or 20 more troll episodes. So this is probably going to carry on. Oh boy. Yippee.
That knife cuts both ways, buddy.
In what way? Oh, you're going to troll me back?
Eye for an eye, baby.
Oh, okay. You're going to threaten your wannabe patron St. Tommy, are you?
Oh, did you just threaten to troll me a second ago?
I don't like threats, Willie.
I don't give a fuck what you like.
Well, you fucking better fucking stand in.
Why? Because you'll kick me out of your boring ass channel?
Threats.
You put my name in the fucking title. You didn't have anything to say. You admitted it was clickbait.
3 ways.
What are you, fucking lonely, Tommy?
3 ways. 3 deconversions.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
Go ahead. Construct something out of that gibberish now.
Yeah, I'll think off the hip and assign meaning to it.
So, Will seems oddly aggravated to me, but who knows?
So what are you doing here? Trolling me? Are you trying?
Like, what are you doing here? Like he just said, is putting his name in the title. So come on, Tommy.
Trying to deconvert me, or are you trying to harass me?
Tommy, who would even accuse you of being a Christian?
Tommy's being harassed. Who would accuse him of being a Christian? That's not a nice question.
I don't know. Ask around. I'm a man of several reputations.
Uh-huh. A double-minded reputation, actually.
Yep, Tommy's getting blasted. Ace bailed out, maybe. He's like, oh, shoot, Will Freeman's going to keep going. Hopefully he won't do this to me.
No doubt. I guess I don't hold your respect anymore. Tough titty for me, sir, brother, or whatever it is.
Oh,
you
I
are.
love you. Yes, you're right. My respect is waning because of the theatrics. You're
Oh, if we could all just get respect from William Freeman, life would be complete.
a man. Behave like one.
Says the man with a Pope hat on and an upside down cross.
Yes, that's exactly how I look in real life, Tommy. You got me.
Says a man who is of equal station with Joe.
Equal station.
No, Jill's far above me. He's my superior in every way.
Oh, come on. You know what I meant.
He's playing the race card here. Why?
There is nothing equal about Jill and I.
Well, you certainly seem to enjoy interlocuting with him a lot. There's got to be some reason for that.
Is that what you think's happening?
Do you like to torture Theo bullies?
Why don't you worry about your situation?
No, I'm focused on you, bro.
That's confidential.
Just wondering.
You don't get to look in the Jill file. What my plans are for him are my business.
What a weirdo. His plans for Jill.
Oh, they're my business too, sir.
Well, I guess you'll just find out when I reveal it, won't you?
Well, unless God reveals it first. But understand this.
Fat chance.
Understand this. I'm pro.
Why don't you pray about it right now and then tell us all what the.
I mean, do you think a real unbeliever and atheist sits around and argues about the existence of God? It seems to me like the truer atheist or unbeliever just kind of does other things, you know? Like this is a resentment going on here. As Tom would say, a butthurt going on. Like, and the real unbelievers, I think they just do other things, you know? These guys hanging around arguing are hanging on to something. And a lot of times, I think they're so confident that God doesn't exist. They just like to ridicule people. It's not about what's true or false. It's like it becomes about ridicule a lot of times. And you'll see them hang out in gangs a lot, you know, like a group of 4 or 5. And just really, really enjoy ridiculing a believer.
Plan is. Go on. I don't give a shit.
You,
pray about what the plan is and see if God will reveal it to you.
I'm pro Will Freeman.
Are you? I don't care.
He's saying I'm pro Will Freeman now. And Freeman's not, I don't care. You can't charm me at this point. Tommy's getting torn up here.
If God will reveal it to you.
I'm pro Will Freeman.
Are you? I don't care about that. Listen to what I'm asking you. Do you think that?
Or you fuck with him? I'm gonna have some complaints.
He's like, you're my pal. If somebody says something mean, I'm gonna complain. Don't hurt me too bad, buddy.
You're about as worrisome as a cloudy day, Tommy. Ain't nobody fucking worried about your wrath or your trolling or anything else.
Nonetheless, my prayers do hold sway.
Do they? Over who?
They just hold sway to the ears of my friend. God.
Who is your friend? Oh, your God bends his ear to you.
Oh no. He hangs on every prayer.
Well, ask him to reveal what my plan for Jill is right now, if that's true.
Oh, you want an ice bucket challenge?
Uh-huh.
What?
Because you're bullshitting.
Why does he have plans for Jill? Doesn't he have other things to do with his life of freedom from Jesus Christ now? Why is he planning and plotting over Jill?
It's snake oil, and you know it. You don't expect any prayers to be answered because they never have before.
You have knowledge of this, eh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, there you go. Now he's starting to ask the right questions. Of course, the guy who doesn't traffic in knowledge, Tommy, can't complete an epistemic conversation. But he just tripped on the right idea.
Answered because they never have before.
You have knowledge of this, eh?
Uh-huh.
You don't. You
I have
don't
knowledge of
understand how
coincidences.
God's been dealing with me. All you understand is how God's been
I believe that you believe a God
how
is dealing
God
with
has
you.
been dealing with you. That is
Oh, he's
what you
dealing with
have
me now.
understanding of. And you tell me I've never had prayers answered. That's a hell of a knowledge.
So ask him what my plan for Jill is, if you dare.
Yeah, that's a fair point by Tommy. I mean, he was able to get there. Like, how can you have knowledge that my prayer hasn't been answered? But then, of course, the unbeliever trying to move into the clever. Oh, well, if because he's being called out on what he doesn't know, he's like, oh, if God real, tell me what number I'm thinking of, type of thing. It's just the fact that he goes there shows the level he's on.
And you tell me I've never had prayers answered. That's a hell of a knowledge.
So ask him what my plan for Jill is, if you dare.
Maybe I will.
You won't.
How
You
do
don't
know?
dare.
What are
You're
you,
a coward.
prophet?
You're afraid that you'll put God to the test and he'll fail you like he does everyone else. And you already expect it, and you know that's why you won't risk it. There's not even an ounce of faith in you that says, if I ask God, God will reveal what Will's plan for Jill is. But no, faithless one, you don't have the courage.
I'm not surprised that you don't empathize.
He's like getting wildly emotional, like trying to task him to ask God for that prayer, that nonsense prayer. Like, try to make a better point if you're going to be emotional, you know?
I don't hear you praying about it. I guess that was my answer. You're not going to do
you
it.
Want me to pray right now?
Oh, do you not have any faith that God will hear you and answer your prayer? Is he on the toilet? Do you need a few minutes?
Oh man, like the level of content is just declining rapidly with Will suddenly. Like, how quickly he goes from making some decent points into childish entertainment.
Are
Minutes
you
to give him a chance to wipe?
To pray right now?
As Elijah has to wipe
to pray
your prayer. Is he on the toilet? Do you need a few minutes to give him a chance to wipe?
To pray?
That guy's so funny.
Right now.
As Elijah did to the prophets of Asherah and Baal, I am indeed asking you to prove your God.
Pray for revelation about his Will Freeman.
My plan for Jill. Do you not remember the quandary?
I ain't gonna pray for that.
That's what I thought. Because I would be able to tell you if it was right or not.
What you're looking for is a test.
Yes. Did you not catch that from every bit of the description of what I was asking for?
God through other men's faith.
I'm trying to get you to test God, but you won't because you're a coward. You're faithless.
You have no idea what my prayer life is like, or
show your faith, disciple.
I'm not a stinking fucking try-hard disciple. I'm not a try-hard wannabe.
I don't think you believe in prayer. Prayer is just something you talk about.
Listen to me, Will. I'm not a follower of the Lord Jesus Christ.
That's a great proclamation to make to the guy with the upside down cross on his head. You know, you're just giving him soul right now, Tommy.
I'm not a try-hard wannabe.
I don't think you believe in prayer. Prayer is just something you talk about.
Listen to me, Will. I'm not a follower of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Prayer is just something you talk about.
Listen to me, Will. I'm not a follower of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Something you talk about.
Listen to me, Will. I'm not a follower of the Lord Jesus Christ.
You could just pray.
Not a stinking wannabe try-hard.
I'm locked in. I told you I was coming in after you. Where's your faith, disciple? Pray to your God and get him to reveal truth.
He's locked in on his like little petition here, like, oh, I'm going to get him to pray. And I'm going to keep saying, pray now or you're a coward. Pray now or you're faithless. Like, that's the lock-in, dude. You're gonna choose something silly that you're going to get him to do. I mean, this is the thing about Will Freeman. Like I've been through this with him in the past. Like he's like, I'm the boss. I'm gonna run this stream. You're gonna answer my question. Like he'll do it. It was like 15 minutes, and I was like, okay, fine, I'm out. But I imagine he might have gone 60 minutes or 90 minutes, and then he restreams it as though it's some sort of victory with like all his pals. It's like, this is the level you're dealing with, you know? So better at a distance, critiquing and pointing out. Of course, there's a price to pay even for critiquing these types of personalities. You know, they're vindictive.
They'll
Saying
send the
before
comfort.
you interrupted, the truth is you have no idea what my prayer life is like, or how many prayers God has answered, or how many conversations I've had with him and wondered if it was really him.
Irrelevant. None of that can be proven, but we can test it right now and fucking find out, Tommy. Where's your balls?
So dumb. He's like, yeah, I've got him. We can pray right now. And if we don't get the answer, boom, we've solved it. I mean, you got to calm down a little bit, right? Like maybe redirect, or is this what you have? You were honing in the whole time to get him to pray live. Today, his prayer's not answered. You win. Is that where we are now?
Do you think
You're on the spot, kiddo.
would it really convince you if I told you who your first
Is
girlfriend
that the sound of faltering
was,
faith? Is that the sound of faltering faith? It's what it sounds like.
You really want God?
You really believe in
to
prayer until
reveal
you're
to
put to the
me.
test.
He doesn't have faith because he won't pray at Will Freeman's demand. You see how stupid this argument is? It's more like, you know, I'm not gonna adhere to your aggressive request now demand, having nothing to do with my faith. But I think Freeman's gonna probably keep doing that and then quit if I recognize his behavior. Like when he gets to this point, it's like he's gonna keep going, quit. But we'll see.
And then you
Well-
can't do it.
If
You challenge me. You put my name in the fucking title. You talk shit on other streams. You tell me you want my best. Here I am. And you crumble.
And this is your best. Pray right now or else.
With a simple request.
Oh, Father in heaven. All right, I'll give it a shot. Let's see if we can summon God, or excuse me, if I can summon my Father. And let's see if I ask him just right, if he can reveal to me what his Will Freeman's secret plans are concerning Jill. Is that what you want me to ask for revelation for? And
Yeah, and if we don't get that revelation right now, I'm sure the community still wants to know what these secret plans are. It's getting kind of creepy.
then report to you so that you can verify. You don't want me to verify.
Is this
the
stalling?
logic,
It sounds
maybe.
like stalling. You clearly understand the objective.
What you're trying to do is just you're
Are you
painting,
backpedaling? You acted like you had balls, and now you're getting
you're
afraid.
painting me in a corner.
Your
You're-
mouth puts you in that corner.
You do not expect me to come up with anything, Will.
I know.
You don't.
You don't
really,
expect. You don't
You
expect to hear
don't
anything
really
either.
want me to pray. You don't want me to be.
I want you to. I
successful.
want to see you fail
Make
again.
me believe you. Oh, you
Come
want
on.
to see me fail?
Yep,
Oh,
Yep,
well,
because you will.
well, seek and ye shall find. If you seek failure, what do you think you're going to find?
Tommy.
You want success, seek that. You want.
Tommy. You're
In-
not praying. You're bullshitting.
I know I'm stalling.
I know, and you're wasting my time.
Well, fuck it. It's yours to waste. Did you expect anything different?
There it was, right? He honed in on, I'll get him and force him to pray. And until he does, I'll just keep ridiculing him, and then I'm gonna quit. Is he gonna restream that some sort of victory. I mean, what did he really do?
He calls me and says I have a lack of courage to pray for revelation so that he can see me fail.
Well, you want to question the person saying you have lack of courage. Is it important that you provide an exhibit of courage to that person? Is their opinion on you on courage important, right? You definitely want to look to that. So, but you did start to pray, I guess. It didn't work though. He was ready to leave anyway.
You may leave now, Halsey. If you're
You really?
less than comfortable now that Will has gone.
Say something, Elsie. Does she ever say, I wish you wouldn't have been like that? It's too obnoxious. Does she ever say stuff like that? Because I mean, sometimes that's not even the worst. I mean, that's not the worst display of will, but I wonder, like, can he do anything? And she's just like, that's just Will.
Well, if that was your best, thank you, Will Freeman. Thank you. I trust you got what you thought you were going to get, which was nothing. Nothing you have sought and nothing you are comforted to have received. You're right about my courage. Oh, yes. I do suffer cowardice on occasion, yes. As many of us young adults.
Oh, and it's over. Well, Tommy, the takeaway there, if anything, is like you called William to give his best, and he just showed you that he's just a bully. Like that's what he does. That's his best, I guess. Hooray!
There's one thing I can't stand is people who sit there and lie to me over and over again. Hey, I'm an epistemological nihilist. No, you're not. You don't live that way. You claim you're an epistemological nihilist, but you don't live that way.
Once again, it's just one of those ways just to get by in a conversation.
Yeah, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's that warm liquid I feel on my leg. It's just raining out. Hey, I'm an epistemological nihilist. No, you're not.
Yeah, nihilism's ridiculous, right? The starting point, the base philosophy is there's no inherent meaning in anything. So what happens after that, right? What's the next step after that claim? It's like, it's very simple to pull apart. Obviously, it's like, well, you want to have a meaningful conversation now? Oh, wait, we can't do that. As silly as it sounds, that's the defeater. But yeah, that's a good point too. Like when you point out their lifestyle, right? Like a nihilist is not living. Like nothing has any meaning. So then, all the choices they're making and the life they're living is a delusion. All the meaning, the alleged meaning behind it is. So they're living out this delusion. It's obviously inconsistent with the philosophy that they're promoting. So it's a terrible philosophy to hold for multiple reasons.
You don't live that way. No persons who claim they're epistemological nihilists live that way. You're all liars.
Just because we don't live that way doesn't mean we don't.
No, you're a liar, dude. Stop lying. It's a phony position that you're staking out. You're not an epistemological. Shut up, Bina.
Right.
He doesn't like nihilism. What's up, P. Mars? She's been floating around here. But yeah, if you guys had anything that you wanted to share to critique, we can do that. Or if anyone wants to come in, the link is pinned. Let's see what else we got here.
Okay.
Oh, I'm an epistemological nihilist. No, you're not. You don't live that way. You just say it's like somebody going, "Hey, I'm for not racism," and then you turn around and you use racial slurs. Okay, you're not an epistemological nihilist. You don't live that way.
Right. I don't live that way, but I am an epistemological nihilist.
No, you're not. You're a liar.
Where did I lie?
Because you're not an epistemological nihilist.
I am, and I don't live that
Okay,
way.
you know what? Goodbye.
I guess the distinction is saying that you are and being it is different, right? Saying that you are doesn't mean that you are. But so the way you live is what you are.
Don't tell me you're an epistemological.
Yeah, we can check that out. That's interesting. P. Mars.
Hop in. I'm connected with rooms of people that I know from Discord, so I happen to see Matt here, and I know when Matt's around, the conversations are pretty interesting. So I just popped in. That's all.
Yeah, Matt Adams and I tomorrow are going to be debating on the problem of evil, and we're going to start doing debates regularly. Would you be interested in debating?
Maybe not. I usually like to prepare for. I don't do a lot of like informal, organized debates because you like to prep, and I normally don't have time to prep. So I've turned down a number of debates that have been offered over the past couple of months. So I like having discussions and stuff, but not necessarily.
You see, this is like what we were talking about earlier, P. Mars. It shows if you're nice, they still treat you bad, right? And then I see Peter, you say exactly, but this is interesting, right? Because you don't want to change your demeanor based on how they're going to treat you, right? Like, oh, they're going to be mean, so I get to be mean. They're going to be a jerk, so I get to be a jerk. Like, that's relativism. That's how they operate. As believers, we don't follow the world in those ways. And also it's interesting too. For me, what I notice is, and this could just, what's up, P. Mars? And this could just be something I experience, or maybe people identify with it. Like when I treat people bad that are treating me bad, I don't find that I feel better than if I'm passive and being treated bad.
Well, maybe
I find it adds to the discomfort overall. That, in my experience.
I wouldn't make the argument. I wasn't trying to make the argument like you're saying, like it's not like an excuse or something. I was just trying to say that, like, even if Darth had like a better demeanor, like Eli does, they're totally different, right?
Yeah,
it's still basically the same result. Like it's not like they're like, oh, I'm going to listen to the argument now because you're nice to me or something like that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, true. You're probably going to get a very similar result. I just think that if someone's going to be receptive, it's more likely without additional defenses up, I would say.
I guess. But I feel like it's like some people are in a different class. Like there's some people who are like, it's not that they can't be saved, but they're pretty like reprobate. They're kind of like Pharaoh, or like they're just like super stubborn. And
Well, yeah. It's but also and this would always be key on these types of platforms is that you're speaking to an audience and you're putting something in time that could be viewed potentially years and decades down the road. That's key, right?
here's the difference. Think about it like this. Like there's a difference between like someone who's learning Christianity, right? And like a false teacher. Like you're not if someone's teaching a false gospel, you know, you're going to treat them differently than someone who's just like mistaken about the gospel and it's not like actively teaching it. You see what I'm saying?
You want to treat someone whose intent is malicious with more active aggression.
Exactly.
But see, I still challenge that. Is that the most effective way?
Well, the Bible does make a distinction between like I mean, yeah, I think of them these people as they're like false prophets trying to lead people away from God, like actively. It's not just like a passive like they're actively.
Okay, well look, if you get into it with them aggressively and you lose composure, then they would have actively moved you away from God, which is what you said their modus operandi is. So that's sort of what I'm thinking. Like why, I can understand situationally changing your energy depending on your opponent, but this is can be a very slippery slope because they move to marginalize you, right?
That's scripture and that's life. There's lots of tension. Like we're never going to be like perfect. We have to ride fine lines. Like Christianity to me it shouldn't be this like child's toy or something that's like you make it so people like it or some like a plaything. It's to me it's like it's like a radical challenge.
No, but you can present something that's likable and leave a distaste from the way you presented it. That's how sales work. Like people buy, this is not a basic sale. I'm just making a rough analogy here. People buy the presenter, right? And this is not what we're trying to do, but what I'm saying is when you are malicious or too aggressive, like you're going to put them on a non-receptive level.
Well, my job isn't necessarily to like convince them or convert them. I'm to convict them. I feel like, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and this also speaks to the idea, as I said earlier, where this is long term too. Like you might not get through to them, but someone else.
Exactly. I just want them to think about it, and then God's grace hopefully works on them or whatever, right? That's the idea. Is like just get them to maybe think differently, if possible, and then God's grace does the rest. That's the way I think about it. I'm not going to change their mind. But
yeah.
I'm just very aggressive. I strongly, and Darth is the same way. We're different, but like we're both. I aggressively like. Okay, I was talking to a Muslim tonight, right? And he joins my panel, and he goes, "Look, we're friends. Look, my religion respects Jesus. My religion says Jesus is a good guy, and we like Jesus and all that." I'm like, "No, you don't. You call him a liar." It's like, what? What do you mean? We don't say he's a liar. I'm like, you say Jesus isn't God, but Jesus said he's God. So Jesus said he's God. You say he didn't. You're calling him a liar, right? Because it's like, to me, it's like an enmity thing. I don't know. And they got, yeah.
Well, that's a good point, and you can go deeper there too and show how that you had to point out that they're implicitly calling him a liar, which shows that they seem self-deceived in their understanding of what they're actually saying. You can continue those ideas. That's a lot of what's happening here is you're pointing out the implicit speech in people, especially when you get into ethics, and they draw back after you point it out. Oh, so you're saying I should do that? Oh, no, that's not what I'm saying. And then you go, no, you didn't say it outright. You're implying it though. That's a lot of these conversations, is extracting the implications that aren't being said outright.
I mean, what I did, like, I was very aggressive. I confronted him. I rebuked him, and yeah, it's probably like he's a part of Islam, so it's like it's hard to get through to something like that. But I don't know. Like, I at least witnessed and rebuked him, and I told him the truth. So
Yeah.
I can't really do much more than that. I can't change people's hearts.
Yeah.
Like, hey, tomorrow we're going to debate this topic, fill in the blank. I don't typically
You don't have to
that.
be like big production or anything. We'd be happy to have a discussion.
Well, I suppose if I'm in a room and someone wants to ask questions or talk about a topic, I suppose I'm down to have a conversation. I can't plan ahead of time, so tonight that I'm on it, I didn't know I was going to be on it. I never really know when I'm going to be on because I kind of run with the flow of my family and having 3 little kids and other responsibilities. So I try to hop on when I have the time. So I can't commit to being on at a specific time. So if you guys were like, hey, tomorrow we're going to talk about A, B, and C at such and such a time, I couldn't guarantee that I'd be able to do that. I just kind of hop on when I have the time.
Cool,
Does that make
fair
sense?
enough. But I gotta ask you one question while you're in here. You know what it is,
Sure.
right?
I have no
You
idea.
know what it is. You know it's coming, right?
I have no idea.
The Christian God exists because
Can I
the Christian God exists because
Atheism is true because
You like that?
Yeah, Darth used to do that. Atheism is true because.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
You got to
Tom,
say it
did you
5 more
space
times.
travel?
Making fun of Darth.
Hey Eli, I'm Haiti. I don't think we've met.
Hello.
No, I'm
Hi.
serious. I want to
I know. I was about to ask him to answer the question. I'm just kidding. But would you like to?
I honestly think that the typical atheist community is more intimidated by a non-aggressive, articulate person than someone with an aggressive personality, because they like that energy where they can get down and dirty.
She thinks he's going to get destroyed by Jack. That's what she's thinking right now. And she's like giggling in anticipation.
Yeah.
The question you just asked, I thought you were doing an impression of Darth Dawkins. I didn't know you were asking a serious question.
Well, he doesn't ask that question.
No, I think I've heard him say it in some context. The Christian God exists because, or something.
No, he says God does not exist because.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
I wish he would bring that back.
Well,
He used to do that. He never does that anymore. He would go, God exists. God doesn't exist because.
Yeah, you talked to him last night. Is he still producing material?
He doesn't really make. He never make. That's the thing. He's never made material, but everyone makes videos on him.
Well, he visits places and then people like share it, review it and stuff, right?
His haters, yeah. He doesn't really make stuff, but I talked to him. He goes on TikTok and he goes live, or he'll a lot of it comes from he'll join other people's panels and then Tom records it. Tom literally, he tries to record everything Darth, any interaction with Darth, and do you know that he'll go and anyone Darth's friends with, he'll try to make them hate Darth. Like he'll literally try to befriend them and then get them to turn on Darth. He's crazy, dude. This is no joke.
Well, the stalking is quite interesting. It's like how far and how long are you going to take this, you know?
They've gotten a lot of people to turn on Darth, and then they make him popular for a day. Oh, you agree with us. You're our friend. You agree Darth's the bad guy. And then they just throw him away, and then they're useless the next day, right? Because they just use people. And he tried to do, when me and Darth had a disagreement, he heard about that, and he unblocks me from his room, right? Where I'd been blocked for years. They let me in the room, and then they try to manipulate me and turn me on Darth. And I knew what they were doing, so every time they would do it, I would just glaze Darth. I'd be like, well, Darth is like a modern day Socrates, guys. He's He's like on the level of Plato. What are you guys talking about?
Triggered. Yeah.
Because I know what they're doing.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I think that God exists because he's revealed himself. So he's revealed himself such that we could know that he exists. That's a simple answer to it. To which
you know, I was
to which-
talking. Sorry. go ahead.
to which then someone could respond, well, how do we know he's revealed himself? I know we're off running into a broader discussion, but simple answer.
Oh no,
look
that's
it
the
up.
wrong question. That's going too fast. You know, I had this. This was brought up just a couple days ago with Veckel, right?
Okay. I don't know.
And what do you mean by reveal?
Oh my
What do you
gosh.
mean by reveal? Well, to reveal
Yeah.
something is to uncover something, or to bring to someone's attention something that would have otherwise been unknown. So God has revealed himself both in general and special revelation. And I would say
Okay, let's talk about.
I would
Like,
say that
So
those
general revelation would be something like flower, right?
The question
Or create
revealed
order.
your ignorance. I was gonna make a joke that very question, what does it mean to reveal? It just revealed his own ignorance.
Yep. Let's speak a little bit more on it, though, if you could.
Well, I mean, he's letting people. It's just like that. He's just letting people know he doesn't know what revelation means, which is like, dude, you're like a debater on Christianity. You're debunking Darth Dawkins, and you don't know what revelation means. Like,
Well, he wants to hear Eli give his account of Revelation.
I suppose what he's doing then here is like he wants to pigeonhole Eli into a definition, and then he's going to figure out some like word game or equivocation, contradiction thing.
Well, that's where they're going to go with the transcendental argument ultimately when they can't overcome it. Is like they're going to make up their own form and posit in like reality for God, right?
Darth says that revelation is just anything your consciousness comes into contact with. Because everything is a revelation from God, right? Because God sustains and everything comes from God.
What happens when they start asking questions about the demonic entities revealing things to you that are supposed to be God, or you think that are God, stuff like that?
Well, I mean, we could do the like to even have fallibilism, they would need an infallible standard. Like the infallible standards are unavoidable, or their whole position's arbitrary. With no infallible standard, I gotta just keep what I've been thinking about ever since that debate. I was like, maybe I should just keep pointing out, stress that they're everywhere. They're being arbitrary. They're constantly being arbitrary, and just constantly hammer that you're being arbitrary. There's no reason for you to say that. You're being arbitrary. There's no metaphysical reason for you to say that. There's no epistemic reason for you to say that. You're totally arbitrary.
Right. I see what you're saying. I think that's going to confuse them.
Well,
but no, I mean, I don't think you're wrong, is what I'm saying. But like, are you answering to the idea of them pointing out, like, how do you know it's not demons being revealed and there's confusion there? And then you're pointing out that they have no epistemic or metaphysical justification for such a question.
I mean, it's literally just as simple as the worldview where, you know, demons are lying to you. That's just Descartes' demon, right?
Right, exactly. That's what I was getting at.
That worldview can't answer the transcendental challenge. So you could think of tag as like a gauntlet or a challenge. Like, can your view account for the preconditions? So
Yeah.
if the Descartes demon can't account for the preconditions, then that can't be the correct model of reality, because it would destroy intelligibility.
True. That's a broad answer. Like, boom, you're done. Yeah. But if you want to hash it out a little, you could say something like, well, are you going to make a case from your purview about how that happens in my world? The accusation of the doubt is merely theirs, and then you get them to hash it out and show how their epistemology is barren, right?
Well, he's not. The thing is, like, that's not even. That's like hypothetical, right? So it's like
right.
I don't think we want to. We don't want to waste time talking about defeating ghosts.
Yes, true. That's and what I'm saying there is, you say make a case about that, or don't bring in the hypothetical. right? Like,
Well,
are you
that's what I'm
getting
saying. You could say, well, the hypothetical fails because it doesn't meet the trans. Like, give a broad, sweeping like reason. So you're not just arbitrarily dismissing it. Like, at least
Right.
get a reason, and then like try to like pivot back to what's your actual like get them because we have to get them to. I let people get. I realize I've been letting people. We have to get them to commit to like what is your view on reality. Show why what you actually think is absurd, and then once you've accepted what you think is absurd, then we'll be like, here's this answer. It's Jesus will save you. That's what I'm thinking. Like the strategy should be. You see what I'm saying? Because if they don't,
commitment, yes.
it's like if they don't admit they're a sinner, they're never going to admit they need a savior. If they don't admit that their epistemology or their metaphysics needs saving, they won't admit that they need the Christian worldview to save their metaphysics.
Yeah, they won't repent. They won't change their mind about the matter.
Yes,
So it's really as easy as them going against the first premise of the tag. Once they engage and you say, so you disagree with that about anything that you're professing, you simply say, so you disagree with that. Now you've already stepped into that arena where they're going to justify their epistemology.
They can't just if they don't ground their disagreement, the disagreement's arbitrary and the debate's arbitrary.
Yeah, so that's easy enough to come by in all these discussions, right? Like that's always there. They're always disagreeing with. Now if they're going to play the game like, no, I'm not disagreeing. Like that's what you're getting at, right? They won't even commit to disagreeing. Like,
It's an anti-skeptical argument. So the whole point of tag or transcendental arguments was to defeat Humean skepticism.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you this thing about like the King of France?
I don't think so.
So if I ask, is the current King of France bald? Yes or no? You can't really answer the question because it's not true or false. And the reason it's not true or false is because there is no King of France. So
the object of the question is non-existent.
Well, for any truth statement, for that truth statement, the King of France, for that to have meaning, semantic, so it's a semantic presupposition. Would the King of France would have to exist, like metaphysically, for the sentence to have a semantic meaning?
No.
So, yeah.
Oh, right. You're saying that you need the reference. Yes, yeah.
If he doesn't exist, then it wouldn't be true or false that he's bald because he doesn't exist, right? So it wouldn't be either true or false. So if the sentence were false, then he exists. If the sentence true, then he exists. So so it's anti-skeptical. So when they deny it, he still exists. You see what I'm saying? For it to be false, it has to exist.
When they deny it.
Now, that's a local example, obviously. That's just a local. So now we just take that to the universal, right?
Okay.
So God would be like the King of France. He would have to exist for now, not just that truth statement, universal, any truth statement to have he's the semantic presupposition for any truth statement to have meaning. So that's why it's anti-skeptical, because even if they deny it, for it to be false, the Christian God would have to exist to give that statement meaning that it would be false. See what I'm saying?
Right. They have to have that standard of truth in reality to exist prior to any assertions.
That's not arbitrary. That's grounded.
So they don't agree with that, granted, but you say, I know you don't agree with this, but that is my position. Are you offering anything to the contrary, right?
Well, the disagreement is arbitrary unless it's grounded. So if their disagreement was real, it would be a contradiction. See what I'm saying? Because the only grounded standard is Christianity. So they can't. That's why Van Til would say, like, the child has to climb on the father's lap to even like slap the father in the face. If the child doesn't climb on the lap, they don't even slap the father.
It's a very direct argument. It's almost, I'm thinking it comes off as confusing because of how direct it is. But I don't know if it works. It might work with certain people.
Well, it's true. Whether it works or not, it's true.
Well, yes, I don't disagree with that. The skeptic is interesting too, in that you can point out that they can't make sense one moment to the next with true skepticism, right? Where does faith come into that?
Well, you know, Bonson pointed out that he could go to his doctor and his doctor could say, like, look, you know, you broke your leg, I have this x-ray or whatever, right? All this evidence. But Bonson's like a trained PhD philosopher. So he could literally like debate his doctor and probably like win a debate, you know?
Yeah, I think he tried it with his diabetes diagnosis.
Oh, that's what he was talking about. Yeah, so you heard him talk about it. He's saying like,
Yeah. He's like, I have diabetes.
Well, he was saying like, I can never convince someone. All I can do is like present the evidence. And he gave that example as like, you could argue. He argued with his doctor, and no matter what evidence, he could still come up with an argument.
Yeah.
That's why I kind of have that attitude. It's like, well, all I can do is like present the truth, say what's true. Here's the truth. Here's the gospel. Then they can do with that. I can't control. So
Yeah, I mean, you have an interesting way of doing that. I've noticed. Just matter of fact. It's pretty unique.
Right. The flower would be one amongst the set of created orders, correct?
The flowers, the trees, the birds, and the bees. Yep.
Okay, so you see a flower, and then conclusion, therefore, the Christian God. Can you
Nope.
fill in the blank?
Yeah, so that scenario there actually presupposes that knowledge of God is mediate, so that it's mediated through what we observe, and then we come to a conclusion. Within the Christian worldview, the knowledge of God is both mediate, we look and see, but it's also immediate, that we have an immediate knowledge of God, given that we ourselves as human beings are an aspect of God's revelation. So I would say
So you have innate knowledge, right?
Innate knowledge, that's correct. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. So let's just bracket that, the innate knowledge. Let's talk about the knowledge, the other type of knowledge, right? Where you see the flower, something, something, therefore Christian God. Can you walk me through that?
Well, I don't say therefore Christian God. So I would say that if we have a knowledge of God, then God is not a conclusion to a line of reasoning. He's the necessary prerequisite for any reasoning whatsoever. And that's where you get the whole transcendental aspect of this sort of discussion.
Yeah, you were mentioning that today, right? Or on that, over at Togs.
Yeah, he's basically like talking about starting points here for our line of reasoning. But I use the word starting point. He's more educated than me.
And that
No, but I thought
that comes hand in hand with the concept of innate knowledge. So I wouldn't give a transcendental argument for God if I didn't believe knowledge of God was also innate.
Okay, but I thought I said let's bracket innate knowledge, and then I asked you about the flower, which is the not innate knowledge, and
Well,
then when you answered that, you talked about innate knowledge.
Sure.
But I want to talk about.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I want to talk about the general revelation of a flower.
Well, I wouldn't bracket them because I think they go hand in hand. So without the innate knowledge, I would argue that one would lack the necessary preconditions to make sense out of the revelatory nature.
Yeah, see, they want to compartmentalize it instead of keep it unified.
He wants to deny the context, and the argument is about the context.
Yeah.
Of a flower.
Isn't innate knowledge special revelation?
And I think I wouldn't know exactly. I'd have to think about how we would divvy that up. But I would say that natural revelation, general revelation, pertains to the knowledge that revelation that all men have. And so I would say that the fact that we are image bearers of God is general revelation. But of course, because God reveals himself more, it can kind of touch on the areas of special revelation.
Okay, well, that's what I want to know about. Well, well, the general revelation, right? So it seems like when you say you look at a flower, you just innately know that, therefore, Christian God.
No, I would say that we know that God exists prior to looking at a flower. So if you were to pluck my eyes out, I still have a knowledge of God. It's not based upon what I observe. That which what I observe is a part of the revelation, but it's not the thing I look at and then conclude, therefore.
Right. So in what sense does the flower reveal God then?
Are you speaking?
Number one.
No, I was thinking about speaking
Oh.
on that.
I would
and,
say this. Well, I would answer this question with Darth. He would say like the flower would reveal ultimate intention, ultimate design, which is the necessary mind, and then the Bible identifies that mind.
yeah, that's true. You can get in even to the Fibonacci sequence within nature and things like that, which we build off of.
It's unity. It's a statement of that's unity. A
Yeah.
flower, a tree. They say a lot. They laugh at the look at the trees, but a tree is a unified description of reality. A tree as a fact is only meaningful if that fact coheres and conforms to a unified structure. What is a unified structure? That's Jesus. Jesus is the source of epistemology, ontology. So epistemology, metaphysics, ethics, that's structure in a unified structure. And then
Mhm.
Jesus is that structure. And there's a metaphysical tether because we have historical access to him and we can investigate history and see Jesus.
Yeah, I'm interested in that. Yeah, I think that he's talking to Tom the Rabbit, right? He just wants to simplify and like tell me how flower, therefore Christian God, like a very simplistic view. And Eli is sort of articulating that it's broader than what he's asking.
Well, Eli's saying God, therefore flower.
Sure. He's not saying we're going to reason to God from the flower. I just like how he's answering him. Like Tom Rabbit might realize. It sounds like Tom Rabbit already realized he's kind of being out articulated here.
Does the flower reveal God then?
Well, number one, our very capacity to interpret flower presupposes categories that I would say require a knowledge of God. And the very nature of the thing itself gives evidence of a creator. Take that coupled with our innate knowledge of God.
Oh, there we go.
constitutes a
Gives
form of
evidence of a
revelation.
creator. That's some kind of inference, right?
Yes, and knowledge of God is both inferential and innate.
Gotcha. So let's talk about the inferential part.
Mhm.
Can you walk me through that?
Yeah, see, at any time if Eli wants to, he can just say, well, yeah, before we go there, can we kind of get into, how you're going to justify understanding the knowledge claims, what knowledge you're relying on to make determinations about the things I'm saying? You can do that anytime.
All right. What would you like to know?
The inference where you go from flower to God exists.
Well, again, I'm not going to bracket innate knowledge because I think it's a necessary prerequisite. So I don't know how to talk about a flower independent of the innate knowledge that we have, since it's a necessary precondition to see the flower as an extended revelation of God.
And that's the Cartesian model.
It's just the same old thing of he's forcing his worldview. He's forcing his starting point.
Right. And that it's speaking to the Cartesian model. He wants to break it up and bracket it, and Eli's bringing it back to like, no, you don't bracket those things. They're interconnected. Yeah. There's a unification I'm speaking of here.
Well, brute facts is going to say everything reduces to all facts are just ultimately a unconnected fragment or something like that.
Who's the authority on what a brute fact is, by the way?
Well, Van Til says it's, what Van Til says, a moot fact. Or mute fact.
Yeah.
I can't remember if you say moot fact or mute fact. I can't remember. Either way.
Yeah, either way.
External sense.
I know how. You could tell me what the inference is.
I don't know what you're talking about. In terms of the innate context, the intellectual context necessary to interpret a flower, the inference is both we have a knowledge of God, and when we look at the created order, we see evidence of we see further evidence of the God that we innately know.
Right. What's that evidence?
What do you mean, what's that evidence? The flower is evidence of the maker. I can give an argument.
You said you look at the flower and you have innate knowledge, and we see evidential.
We don't look at the flower and then we have innate knowledge. We have innate knowledge in light of the fact that we're image bearers of God.
Right.
So
you say that also
knowledge of God. You have innate knowledge of God, and so there's evidence of God within us, and there's evidence of God without us, and they work together. I cannot make sense out of the one without already having the knowledge of God in it.
He's almost speaking as though it's a reflection, right? The viewing of the flower becomes a reflective activity.
Yeah, because the flower would be flowerness is like a category. So when you look at it, you put it into a conceptual category, and that conceptual category would have like a reality in the mind of God, like the ideal perfect flower or something that. So God knows God knows like the universal flower, and then the physical world would be like an instantiation of like what a flower is according to like God's rational order.
Yeah. The term essences comes to mind. Is that not a term you favor?
Essence, that would have to do with like what their properties and attributes, something like that.
Well, like the flowerness, you call it the essence of the individual particular flowerness.
Oh yeah, the essence. Okay, so you like that's the category, sure. Yeah, the
Yeah.
essence would exist like in the mind of God. Like divine conceptualism, yeah.
Yeah.
Innately. So I can't
Right.
separate.
And I'm curious. I'm
I mean,
asking
'cause
about.
we're made in
you
his
said we
image.
have evidence.
We're made in his image, so then we kind of like think like it, God, and that's how we can know these things. And he designed us to know these things and stuff.
Yeah.
Evidence within us, and we have evidence without us. What is the evidence without us? Flower, therefore God.
I can't talk about the evidence without us without already talking.
Yeah. So that's the Cartesian mindset, right? They want to compartmentalize epistemology and metaphysics, which actually, I don't know if Tom Rabbit's really going to be able to make a case, but he's trying to compartmentalize the two, and Eli's not letting him break that unification, saying, I can't just break those apart because you want me to. They're interconnected, they're interdependent.
About the evidence within us. They both go hand in hand. Once I separate them and talk about one without the other, then I've cut off the link that provides the necessary preconditions for properly interpreting external reality.
Okay, so you look at a flower, you have innate knowledge that, therefore God.
That the maker has made the flower. The maker that I know innately has made that flower, yeah.
Right. Okay, granted, whatever. But what's the evidence part? Because we're looking at an inference.
Evidence. If you're talking about evidence and you want me to walk you through understanding how a flower is evidence, I can't do that independent of a framework. And that framework includes my innate knowledge of God. So I can't.
Okay, so you have innate knowledge of.
It's an excellent way to walk someone into expressing their worldview. He's like, I can't do this without the framework that I'm already assuming when I view the world. By the way, why don't you tell me a little bit more about your framework so I can understand how to answer these questions with more precision?
Oh, one time, this is what I did to Jack Angstrike, who he's about to talk. I don't know when he starts talking, but so Jack was doing this to me. And I said, okay, Jack, let's say you're correct. The Bible's false. You're right. You got me. Okay, so when I wake up tomorrow and I get out of bed, what would be my standard of truth? And he wouldn't answer. He refused to answer.
Yeah, well, it's whatever you want to make up, I guess.
I concede. I go, well, because Jesus was my standard of truth, and you've told me that's false. Okay, you're right. Now I have no standard of truth. Can you help me? So when I get out of bed tomorrow, why do I get out of bed? What's my standard of truth? No answer.
Yeah, I mean, that is sort of a worldview reversal. Yeah. What do you got?
God. Okay, I'm granting that.
Right, but you're creatively asking a question in a creative way that would actually force me to answer it as though a flower can be understood independent of the framework that I'm working in. And I would say that's impossible. So
I'm granting the framework. You look at the flower, you already know.
If he's granting the framework, how does he move in to stop the rest of the system, right? They think they can play this game. I'll grant you that. But how's he going to walk in and stop?
And this is why you got to get him to commit to something.
Yes.
It's utter BS mode here.
Yeah.
know that it's God. But then you say, apart from the innate knowledge that you have, it's also outside of your innate knowledge. It's like, these are your words, right?
Sure.
And you made this distinction, right? There is that flower is evidence for God apart from your innate knowledge. Now, I can grant you have innate knowledge that the flower points to God. I'm asking you.
It's not independent of the innate.
Fine. Just explain the other half. That's not the innate part.
I already did. You need innate knowledge and a proper intellectual framework to properly interpret the flower. Without that framework,
at this point, I just think he's unprepared for not being able to compartmentalize the ideas. He's just he doesn't know what to do. I think
he's actively trying to avoid that. I think, because he has to deny the context. Because if he starts talking about the context, he's done, right? I don't know. I think
yeah. I mean, I'm trying to figure out too. It just seems like he's kind of saying the same thing, and Eli's like, "I've already told you, man." Like Eli's having no problem here with this.
This is Proverbs 18:2. The fool doesn't want to understand; they just want to express their opinion. How is that not happening right here? This is Proverbs 18:2.
Yeah.
So, it doesn't, like, they're just gonna do this because their mindset is like utter rebellion against God.
Yeah.
The flower is not evidence for anything because there is no
Yeah,
context.
you have that. I'm granting that. So walk me through it.
You
have the innate knowledge. Now go through
We walked through that flower garden like 3 times now.
Have you ever seen him talk to Jay Dyer? He does the same thing. He asked Jay Dyer the same question 7 times in a row, and Jay Dyer answered it 7 times.
No, I'd like to see that. I don't think I have.
Okay, we can watch that sometime too.
Yeah.
Next time.
Walk me through it.
That's right. So as knowing my creator innately, I could know more about my creator by looking at what he's created external to myself.
Right. Oh, great. Oh,
Sure.
great. So now you look at the flower. Now you can know more. And here's the inference. Go ahead.
I'm not sure what you mean by inference. When I see, for example, if I know someone and I am equipped with certain intellectual capacities, right? When I observe the world around me, I see things that are fingerprints, so to speak, of the maker that I know. How do I know that? Well, by the impossibility of the contrary. If I reject that I could know that, then I undercut my innate knowledge and the necessity of those innate categories to make sense out of the external world.
Like, wait a second, what did he just say? That's also a position where you go, well, I'm expressing the impossibility to the contrary, so now it's your turn to go ahead and give me a case.
He's saying that, basically he's just saying when I look at the world, I have to use a conceptual scheme to like organize the observations that I see. And that conceptual scheme is basically God, right? And so if I were to deny God, aka the conceptual scheme, then like I can't even look at the world and make sense of it, basically.
Yeah.
Let's see how that's one could disagree with what I'm saying, but I don't see how that's
yeah, there it is. You can disagree with that, sure, but I want to know your conceptual framework at this point.
Difficult to follow. It seems like you're trying to place a wedge between innate knowledge and then how the external world makes sense or is evidence for something. And
the exact opposite. I granted your innate knowledge, and you said you use that as a framework to further evidence the non-innate knowledge,
right? So
non-innate revelation, and I'm just not hearing anything about what the inference is. How you get from a flower to God. I'm granting it.
Well, yeah, he's not hearing anything. That is true. He's not absorbing anything. More specific.
It's not like an inference. It's like a metaphysical reason. Like God would be a metaphysical reason for the unity that Eli is talking about.
Yeah, the inference is that he's picking up on that.
There's 2 types of reasons. So for any fact, there would be like a metaphysical reason and there'd be like an epistemic reason. So God would be like the metaphysical reason that you could epistemically, and the epistemic reason for you to like know anything, I guess. And so like it's kind of what's happening here.
Well, that's kind of the idea, is the unification of metaphysics and epistemology, not the compartmentalization. That's where the unbeliever is lost, and that's what Tom Rabbit's doing here. Is he keeps trying to break it up, break up.
He's asking what's the inference. Well, the inference is what's the metaphysical reason for unity? It's Jesus, or what? That's like, it's not like an inference. It's like
the inference is going to be epistemology too, because that's Eli picking up on something and claiming it.
The epistemology would be like, how is it possible that we can know things? Christian revelation. So that's not like an inference. It's not like an inference in a tradition.
No, that's what I'm saying. But but Tom Rabbit is questioning his inference, right? What he's calling his inference, his knowledge.
It's kind of like confused. It's like he's asking for an argument, but the answer is a metaphysical assumption. So it's a category.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. All right, I see that.
Innate knowledge is a framework. I'm just not hearing anything.
Well, then the inference, then even if I were to fail to give an inference, is irrelevant to the fact that the
But you know what? That's what he gets away with the grant too, right? That's where the grant game is tricky. He's like, "Oh, I'll just grant you."
Yeah, that's why I remember I told you, like, I don't know if I told you. All he does is equivocation, redefine, word game. So he's taking like, okay, so there's metaphysical assumptions and then there's arguments, right? So we start with the assumptions, metaphysical assumptions, and that's the conceptual framework. And then the arguments come after the framework. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
And he's like, Eli put the argument before the framework. What's the argument for the framework? Well, how do you have an argument? And Eli's like, how can I make an argument without a framework? You see, like,
yeah.
The framework comes before the argument, and Tom's trying to put the argument before the framework.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. He's trying to fit his epistemology onto Eli, and Eli's too well spoken and has a foundation.
No,
where
what
it happen.
He's treating a foundational fact as if it's a fact within a worldview, right? Because he's already granted. We go from concept, the conceptual, the framework and then argument, right?
He's granted the metaphysic and doesn't realize that it's getting in the way of his challenging the
if he grants the framework, then he should understand what Eli's saying. There's no
right. So that's a great thing to point out. If that happens to you or Eli or any of us, like, look, you granted the metaphysic. So now, why are you challenging the epistemology?
That'd be like a game over. That'd be like a game over, right? It'd be like,
yeah. Well, he has to take back the grant now somehow or whatever. It's an interesting point to make.
Like,
though.
it'd be like, I'll grant you that God is necessarily true and necessarily existing. Now, tell me what's the inference that he exists. It's like, well, you've already given it. Like, what are you asking for?
Yeah, it's probably going to be confusing to most people, but it does points out the folly of the grant in one way. There's more ways too, but that's interesting.
When people say I'll grant you X, it's like usually, like, obviously, like, not sometimes there's like honest uses of it, but usually they're being disingenuous and they're just saying,
of course.
Be dismissive of your view.
Yeah, I want to move this direction. I got to skip over this with you. It's quicker. They want to skip over the metaphysic, right? So that's the funny part about it is like, okay, so what metaphysic are you using since you've granted yourself forward?
Well, also, it's really like it's a power play. Like, think about it. I'll grant you X.
Oh, exactly. Like it's an authority saying,
I'm the king. I get to grant you things. Like, I'll let you do that. I'll let you do that, JG.
Well, that reminds me of like a brief interaction with Smokey. He was like, I'll grant you that. I was like, no, I don't want you to grant me that. I want you to have your own. and bring that to the table. And he was, was stifled by that. But that made sense to me. Like, why do I need a grant from you?
You got to remember, they're always trying to put themselves in a position of power over you with their language and their framing too. Like, explain this to me. Well, I'm the boss.
Yeah, do you understand stuff like this? Right?
You have to do this.
Oh yeah, well yeah, I'm very like prone to listen for the implied odds. Absolutely. Like, why do I need to do any of this? I've had certain times where I said, "What? So you're telling me I ought not take you seriously?" Like, I walked them through, and I got to there, and they're like, "Yes." I'm like, "So you're saying that I should not take you seriously?" They're like, "Yes," and then I just click out.
Power is evidence because you need the innate knowledge as a reality to make sense out of anything. So my lack of ability to explain the inference is irrelevant. The fact that the innate categories are presupposed necessarily already grant the point that however it's inferenced, God is known right at the outset. He must be known to know any flower.
Mr. Ayala, but you
all I'm
made the
saying.
distinction. You said, like, yeah, we got this innate knowledge and we got the non-innate knowledge. I've been asking you, I keep asking about the non-innate knowledge. And no
I don't
answer
see.
comes.
Well, I mean, you might not like my answer. That's fine. But I'm saying the innate knowledge is necessary to make sense out of the flower. If you grant the innate knowledge, then cool. You grant.
Yeah, there it is. Right. He's walking him through the metaphysics that he granted himself.
Yeah.
At the innate knowledge, you grant that in order to know a flower, I must have a knowledge of God. Okay, that's evidence enough. In other words, you can't know a flower for anything. You don't have a proper context without the God I'm saying we innately know.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I don't need to give an inference, even if I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're asking. But suppose.
Yeah.
See, that's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
Suppose I understand what you're asking, and I don't know how to give an inference from that and answer your question. It's irrelevant to the fact that God is required to make sense out of any inference I might give.
Well, I was just wondering if you. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to ask. It's not clear to me what you mean by evidence. So can you?
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
That's not an argument.
That's another guy, I think, right?
Yeah, that's another guy.
He might be saving Tom Rabbit. I don't think Tom Rabbit destroyed the defeater, understood the defeater right there, and they just moved over to this other guy talking about evidence.
That's not an argument. What's the argument?
That's another. I guess I should have asked that question. What do you mean by evidence when you say how is the flower evidence for God?
What do you think it's evidence for God?
Oh my gosh.
I would say that it is a data point that requires God to make sense out of. So the very fact that I can make sense out of anything is evidences the God I know innately.
See the category. They keep
So when
trying
you
to
say-
force the category error over and over and over. He goes, "That's a category error." He's trying to. He's totally. I don't know. He articulated it very well, and they just keep doing it.
Yeah, he is articulating it well. They want it to fit a certain framework. Ironically, right? They have a script that they're going on.
Because that's their argument. Their argument is to dogmatically assert no God. That's all they do.
Yeah, it becomes emotional when you really hash it out with them.
So I don't mean evidence purely in like an empirical way, because if I'm talking about transcendental categories as evidence, they're non-empirical forms of evidence, namely transcendental necessities.
Excellent. Move into transcendental categories right there.
Yeah, we need to keep them focused.
Yeah,
So I can't.
Conditions. Just keep them focused. They'll keep trying. See, they keep trying to go away from preconditions to evidence. Keep them focused on the preconditions for the evidence.
Right, because it's never off the table. It's always relevant. They can't say, no, we're just going to grant forward to the preconditions. They want to. They absolutely want to do it.
Never let them move on until they admit it.
So I never talk of evidence independent of transcendental categories because it would be unintelligible.
Yeah.
But so that's not. You haven't told me what you mean by evidence, though. What do you mean by evidence?
Now
I
the
would
what
say
do you mean game? I mean, this is so goofy.
No, that's his, but that's sort of what he needs to do because Eli said, here's how I think about evidence. I always consider the transcendental, the preconditions before the evidence. And then he's like, but what do you mean? Well, no, I told you I have a framework. What do you need based on the framework and how, you know?
Let's say we're having a debate, you're making an argument, and you have me totally pinned. I don't know what to say. What do I do? Well, what do you mean by that word? It's just
Yeah.
it's just an escape hatch, what he's doing.
that evidence could be a data point that indicates the maker that I
Something-
have innate knowledge of.
What does it mean? Okay,
So
yeah, but
design,
you're
so
just
design, so a
when you
data
say
point
it
can give evidence of it.
Well, when you
Yeah.
say it indicates, that just seems to be like saying it's evident. What does it mean to indicate?
Well, it probably means the same thing you might understand if something indicates another. I'm using it in a very generic.
Yeah, and this is another segue to like, well, how do you understand things? How do you come to knowledge?
I kid
Right?
you not. I had someone ask me, what do you mean by mean? And they were being serious. I'm not even kidding you.
Yeah.
What do you mean
well,
by mean? And I said,
Go
well,
on.
how did you use it in the sentence if you don't know what it means?
They granted it, dude.
Vibes.
Vibes. I'm surprised Eli isn't asking them more question about their epistemology, but
They
So-
asked him, to be fair, it started with they're like, hey, can you defend your view? So he's on the hot seat here. But he's doing
yeah,
really
he's doing it well. But yeah, part of defending his view is saying, well, yeah, I can defend it, but you have to be able to receive the defense, which means challenging how they know things.
They never will cooperate. Like I never have people cooperate with the argument. They always. I guess from there, maybe they think we're like it's a trap or something. I guess they think.
Yeah, it's a trick, right? That is what they think.
When I say something,
In other words,
raises the probability
in
of
other words, a flower or a complex mechanism or something can indicate a designer. But in my case, the designer is not some abstract kind of idea.
Did you just give an inference? Something we
Well,
can
if
work with there.
if that is what you would consider an inference, I'm fine with that. I'm not against giving inferences. I can say that data points in the empirical world, things that we observe, can be inferences of the maker that I know innately.
But wait, what's the?
That's what the Bible says. That's what the Bible says. The heavens declare the glory of God.
Wait, but what's the inference?
I guess I don't know what you're asking. If I were to, and we can use kind of the generic example, right? If I were to walk on a beach and I see a watch, right? I could infer from the watch that it's designed
Based on like complexity or something like that.
Sure, yeah, based on complexity, design.
But I
purpose, and intention.
I thought originally. I mean, I can kind of see what you're trying to say, but
But by the way, before
kinda
you
thought-
continue, that's really all I mean by like, if I'm understanding correctly, right? So when I make an inference, I can infer based upon other categories that I have, categories of design and purpose and teleology and things like that. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, I thought this started off with me saying the Christian God exists because, and now you seem to like making inference that point to a God.
Nope.
What kind of move is that? Like you're
It's because of his question. He's asking about natural revelation. So natural revelation doesn't point to the Christian God. It would point to there is a God, and then the Bible identifies who that God is.
yeah. Well, he's not moving away from anything. I think it's just a weak attempt to make him misdirect him.
I'm talking about the Christian God. I don't think the non-Christian God can make intelligible concepts of design. So now if you're asking for a specific...
I think someone's speaking.
Oh yeah, I do hear something. Someone's
Oh, that's
speaking.
hog tie. Jeez. Okay, I gotta.
Did he forget to turn? By the way, I don't know
Oh,
who said it.
man.
I don't know who said it, and I want to give kudos. but someone called me Mr. Ayala, and that is the first time in a long time that
Ayala.
I've had an interaction with someone, maybe for the first time, and they've actually got my name correctly.
That was
So
Tom.
kudos to whoever said that.
That was me.
Okay, well, kudos to you, man.
Thank you.
My name gets butchered quite a bit, so I appreciate it. But yeah, so what I was saying with the watch, for example, I'm not making an argument. If I were to construct that into like a syllogism or something, I'm not making that as an argument for a generic designer. So I would further argue, for example, that the Christian God is required for even categories of design. So that would just be an illustration of that's how I would make an inference. But that's not the inference I make to the Christian God, as the Christian God is kind of a conclusion to an argument. That's just an example of inferring teleology. But as a Christian, because I have categories, transcendental categories that I use, I have no problem making inferences based upon what I observe to the fact that it's created by my God. But that wouldn't be a
rendering
syllogism.
some kind of transcendental argument.
Right.
X is
I'd make a
necessary for Y,
transcendental-
X therefore Y, something like that.
Yeah, I'd make a transcendental argument because I don't think that, say, for example, if I were to give simply a teleological argument or a moral argument without considering broader worldview categories, then those arguments in and of themselves would only demonstrate kind of a generic concept of a God if they're successful. And that I'm not arguing for.
That's well said for the presuppositional approach there.
You just
what
asked
would
me
be the
how I make the successful argument.
Therefore Y, something like that.
Yeah, I'd make a transcendental argument because I don't think that, say, for example, if I were to give simply a teleological argument or a moral argument without considering broader worldview categories, then those arguments in and of themselves would only demonstrate kind of a generic concept of a God if they're successful. And that I'm not arguing for. You just asked me how I make the inference. So I'm not arguing for the existence of God when I'm answering your question, because I already said that I have innate knowledge of God. I already have a knowledge of God. These data points.
What would be the support for premise one of your transcendental argument?
I'm sorry?
What would be the support for premise one of your transcendental argument?
Sure.
Interesting way he put that. Support for the premise is his way of like not wanting to outright challenge the soundness of it, because that's what he's going to have to do.
Yeah.
I could argue along the line.
Well, they're just gonna do this thing is like you have no reason, you have no argument for premise one of tag. So they made this a mantra, and so I'll run into this sometimes where people go, "There's no argument for P1 of tag," like how Matt Dillahunty says claims aren't evidence. It's like they made it a mantra. There's no argument for P1 of tag. Stupid.
But the first premise, well, let me see how he premises.
Tag isn't really supposed to be like a syllogism. Like you can make it a syllogism, but it's not really supposed to, because tag requires an auxiliary argument. So you have to make like a positive case for Christianity. The positive case for Christianity is just the model of reality in the Bible. That's the positive case. Then then you do an auxiliary argument, which is a reductio ad absurdum, that assume the opposite and show the absurdity or contradiction.
Yeah.
So it's like you're making like two arguments at the same time, but because we're human beings, we can only make one argument at a time. So it's kind of like a weird thing going on.
You're right. It's a meta level argument or paradigm level argument. It has features of deductive and inductive arguments within it. A transcendental argument. It's in its own category, but it's a valid form of argumentation. And atheists sure don't like it.
Knowledge is possible, then the Christian worldview is true. Knowledge is possible, therefore the Christian worldview is true. So that would be a transcendental argument and a deductive.
Well, you know what's
form,
funny?
and
You know what's
the
funny?
is
When you say it's a valid form of argumentation, it's like what you would consider to be a valid or possible explanation would depend on your ultimate commitments.
Right. I know that, but in that case, what you're doing is you're taking secular philosophy and you're actually doing a sort of
Yeah,
you're granting them.
I see.
Right?
I'm being kind of tongue in cheek.
No, but that right. If somebody points it out, you say, right on, man. Like you're getting it for sure.
Is it defended transcendentally?
No, I asked you what the support for premise one was, and then you rendered the entire argument.
So the support of it would be that if you deny that first premise, then you would fall into the same categories of skepticism or unintelligibility, and that would have to be demonstrated through the course of conversation. And that I'd also provide a positive argument as to why the Christian God does provide the preconditions for knowledge and intelligible experience.
Wait, but you have to do more than just say through a course of a conversation.
He's like, first I'll dismantle you in conversation, then I'll move to my second point. And like, no, you got to do more than that. Do that, Eli.
No, you can't do it that way. You have to do it the way I said so. Okay, so God doesn't exist. Now prove God. Oh, and you can't use words. Go ahead.
Can't use words. Draw pictures.
Because you have to have a general answer to that question. You have to be able to refute it generally, not just. You have to be able to refute it generally, not just depending on. Because it could be that Tom has an incoherent worldview, or Haiti has an incoherent worldview, but Bob down the street has a coherent atheist worldview, right? So you just have to demonstrate that they're all false.
No. You don't have to go after each individual worldview. You talk to your interlocutor. That's ridiculous.
Well, because we can just do this. We can do a thought experiment. I can say, at base reality, at fundamental reality, we have a rational mind or not. If there's no rational mind at base reality, then what we call reason isn't aimed at truth because there's no intentionality behind it. Done.
Yes.
Without the appeal to anyone specific.
That's incorrect.
What?
That's incorrect.
Well, if you don't, the problem with you saying that that's incorrect is if someone demonstrates a coherent worldview that accounts for everything that you're saying, then what you're saying is possibly false. You want to say that it's not possibly false. So,
see, he's going into, well, there could be a guy down the street. No. I'm talking to, well, he's supposed to be talking to one person, but this other guy's interjected. It's not about like what someone else might think or perceive.
In 1,000 years, atheists could evolve an argument.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So that's why it is correct.
No, that's incorrect because it presupposes that the transcendental argument could only be demonstrated by an inductive demonstration of the falsity of all competing worldview perspectives, and that's
no,
just
it's not
true.
Inductive. You make it deductive, make it abductive. I don't care what you do, but you have to show that all other worldviews are false.
No, you don't.
Right, and if you the transcendental argument tries to demonstrate that the Christian worldview provides the necessary preconditions for intelligible experience. Now, here's the thing: if you're asking for, pardon, I had to burp. Excuse me. If you're trying to provide an ultimate context that grounds intelligible experience, I would argue that you can only have one ultimate foundation for that. You can't have a multiplicity of worldviews that equally and sufficiently demonstrate intelligibility, because then you're stuck in a pluralism, which kind of just leads to a form of skepticism. So I would say that if there is one worldview that does in fact ground those things, and you could argue for the fact that it does.
So you see their questions reveal how stupid they are. Remember I said that earlier? So they keep...
Yeah, they're digging themselves deeper. Yeah.
For one, he's treating it as like an inductive argument. You have to do an inductive survey on every worldview.
Well, it has inductive components, but that's right. He's trying to limit it to that. Yes.
That reveals one, he doesn't understand what a transcendental argument is doing or what it is at all. Two, he doesn't understand that worldviews are like meta level. So he's treating a worldview as if it's like a fact within a worldview. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so he's already assuming a worldview that's
it's unknown. It's so confused. And the questions they ask reveal how stupid they are. Anyways.
Yeah, it's more ammunition for Eli. Say, oh well, you're saying, you're bringing that in, that he brings this into question. There's so many questions that Eli could ask them that would just take hours for them to try to answer.
Then it follows that every other worldview doesn't. Now, if someone disagrees and says, but what about worldview A, B, or C, then we can talk about those and we can do some worldview analysis to further demonstrate the point. But I would not have to demonstrate the falsity of every single one inductively.
It's not inductive. You do it deductively.
Or deductive.
Yes, you do. You do have to. You have to show that they're.
Yeah,
So he doesn't even, again, revealed. He doesn't even know the difference between induction and deduction. What he said was in an inductive survey, and then now it's deduct. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's just saying words, dude.
He's like, I don't care. You have to. I don't care which kind it is. You have to.
He doesn't even know the definitions of the words. He's using the words literally incorrect. Anyways.
Yeah.
False, right? Because you don't believe that believe that contradictions can be true, right? So you don't think that both worldviews can be true. So you have to show that other worldviews are false.
You show that other worldviews are false by demonstrating that Christianity does in fact provide the necessary preconditions for intelligibility. If it does,
but you say
no other worldview can, because you can only
but
have
you
one
say that
metaphysical ultimate.
Wait, but hold on, that doesn't.
I'm sorry.
That doesn't fall. Let me just.
Can I just really interject really quickly?
Yeah.
But you said that you established that by.
Can I say timeout real quick? I do
That
apologize.
doesn't follow.
Only
They're rejecting the impossibility of the contrary somehow.
Just think about what he's saying. He's saying that Eli's just saying there can only be one absolute, and he goes, that doesn't follow. Did you hear that? Let him say that. He goes, that doesn't follow. So what is it? There's two apps. So what if one absolute says it's going to be sunny, sunshine, and roses? The other absolute says it's going to be a hurricane. What happens in reality? Oops.
Yeah.
I'm kind of new to Clubhouse, and I know that things can get a little unwieldy. So if someone wants to make a point, if it can just be one at a time, and then I'll try my best to address.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I've been talking for a long time. I'll just make one more point.
Sure.
And then I'll let Josh.
You're right.
Keep in mind, I am.
When he's like, well, Tom, if you grant me that, then the argument it's over. And then he got saved. We never got back to that.
Yeah.
Going to you have to be nice in order to play with Eli. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. I'm just saying.
Well, I appreciate
so
that.
If that means that you can't be nice people who talk to Eli and you get sit down, you were warned. Fair warning.
It's because they're going to school when they talk to Eli is what's happening.
Well, and be nice, we mean equivocate, straw man, just completely bad faith. Be nice.
And if you can't handle the increased difficulty level, then I'm sorry. You're just not meant to be playing the game. But Eli, I thought you said that you're establishing that it has to be the Christian God.
Sure.
And you're not ruling out all the other worldviews.
It's going to take so much time to do that, guys. They're overlooking that he's arguing the impossibility to the contrary.
It doesn't. They don't understand that there's limited when it comes to starting points. There's only so many limited. It's you can start with reason, rationalism. You can start with empiricism, or you can start with revelation. That's 3 starting points. It's not like we don't have to debunk. There's literally 3 starting points there to debunk.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's the point that they usually miss, but that's true. Anything that you bring to the table, you're going to fit in one of those 3.
Yeah.
But you said that you established the necessity of the Christian God by the impossibility of the contrary, which I take it you're using some sort of Van Tillian sense in which you're doing that, which says that you're showing that they're not possible on their own merit, right?
That's one way you illustrate the impossibility of a particular worldview, but the positive demonstration comes in showing that Christianity can ground intelligible experience and knowledge. So if that's true, if Christianity can successfully show that within that worldview you could have knowledge, intelligibility, it doesn't reduce to an utter skepticism, then it follows it must be the only worldview that can do it, because you can't have more than one.
Because something
worldview.
can, it must be
The
In
only
this
one?
case, yes. In this case, yes. When you're talking about transcendental,
Yeah, they don't want exclusivity. That's the enemy.
mental necessities, yes.
I said I was.
This
I was
isn't even a
just-
debatable. This isn't even a debatable point. This is not like something uniquely presuppositional. I mean, you can only have one transcendental if that's the hypothetical, right? If one could demonstrate the transcendental to be the case, then it must be true. That's just the nature of a transcendental.
Yeah, but we're waiting on the proof.
Wait, I don't understand why.
The proof.
Wait,
proof
hold on a
comes
second.
in-
I just don't understand why something transcendental can't be contingently true also. That doesn't follow. At least you haven't demonstrated that.
Well, the Christian worldview is the nature of the transcendental worldview is unique in the sense that it's not
Dude,
making
that's so dumb. Did you hear that? That's so
claims that are based on.
Did you hear that?
Hmm?
Why does the transcendental have it can be contingent? He said. That's so dumb. You haven't demonstrated that it has to be necessary. Well,
Yeah.
the whole point is like, how do you account for necessity? Because there's necessary truths, like logic is a necessary truth that requires a necessary reality, but we haven't demonstrated it. He's literally using necessary reality to say we need to demonstrate necessary reality.
Right. Without account.
View is unique in the sense that it's not making claims that are based on contingencies. If the Christian worldview is true, I mean, God is, if I can use kind of a pietistic language, God is the Lord over contingencies. There's no contingency or possibility that hangs over him metaphysically. So the nature of the unique claim of the Christian worldview is that it can't be a sort of transcendental that is contingent. It must be necessary given the nature of the Christian God as the greatest, if I can use Anselmian language, the greatest conceivable being.
Yeah, but again, that's not addressing the point I made, right? Because the point I made is that whether or not that's true, that might be true, but it just follows then that if God exists, then God is necessary, right? It doesn't follow that God exists,
Yeah,
right? It's
no, it
just
doesn't. Yeah,
sorry,
go ahead. I'm
hold on a
sorry.
second.
I
I'm not
interrupted
finished
you. I
making the
apologize.
point.
Yep.
You know,
no, go ahead.
yeah. So the point I was making is for something to be transcendental, all that means is it provides the necessary precondition for something or other, right? On this view. Now, it doesn't follow that because something provides the preconditions for something or other, that therefore that thing is necessary. That just straightforwardly doesn't follow. It's a non sequitur. Now, you might be able to give an argument for that, but I've yet to see such an argument, right? So it could be the case that in one possible world, X provides the necessary preconditions for knowledge and intelligibility and what have you, and in another possible world, Y provides the necessary preconditions for knowledge, intelligibility, and whatever, right? And so that's not going to be sufficient for you to say that the Christian God is the only way. You have to show that the other those other possibilities are in fact impossible. So you have to.
So
argue.
is this the case when someone's going into these other world possibilities where you want to sort of call them on the authority of why it's necessary for me to follow this framework and so forth?
Well, think about it like this. I'm saying like only the Christian worldview is the ground. There's no other ground. You're saying, well, there could be another ground. Well, okay, provide it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So the burden is now on him, but it's like Eli's made an argument, and he just goes, well, just keep making your argument. Well, without providing a counter argument. Well, just keep making your argument. It's kind of it's just not. It's like fake debating.
Yeah.
That they're contradictory or something.
Well, you're presupposing that there are possibilities that stand over God. The nature of the Christian claim is that God is the necessary precondition for any hypothetical or contingency in any possible world.
Yeah, but I'm asking
So if you were to say, I'm sorry?
Yeah, but I'm asking for the argument for that claim.
The argument is demonstrated in the fact that the Christian worldview, given special and general revelation, the nature of the creator and the created order, and the fact that God has revealed himself.
Okay, what is it? Think about this. Like, what he's saying is so stupid. What is a possible world, right? It's something where it's a world where logic is true. In every possible world, logic is true. So that's why we would say it's necessary, because it's true in all possibilities. What is God? God is the source of logic. So God is true in all possible worlds, you see? He's right there with logic. So it's like, it's so confused. See, so they're so, they think God's like a guy in the sky that's really powerful or something. They treat God like just like a super powerful person.
Yeah, well, it's interesting how they think of logic too. Like, logic itself in their worldview is just a consistency tool. Like, they seem to think it has like revelatory power of like explaining creation and things like that sometimes, the way they talk about logic. But it's interesting how they hold it, but it comes down to a presupposition where they say it just is, and there's nothing behind it.
Oh, that's what Van Til says. They absolutize statements of abstraction. So they treat logic like logic itself is the absolute. Yes.
Right. And it's such a simpler but ever present sort of law of thought, if you want to put it that way.
It can't be the absolute, obviously. But,
well, it doesn't have the properties or the explanatory power to.
No, it's not even close. It's like totally absurd.
Right, but it's held like that in the atheist position somehow. Like it has some of those qualities. Not everybody explains it that way, but it's weird how people think of it. I'm trying to remember Darth arguing with somebody that like, no, you don't get the causality from logic. Like, I remember that coming up. It's weird how people assume that.
With TAG, we're not trying to demonstrate anything specifically. We're saying what makes demonstration possible. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, they keep trying to get TAG to demonstrate something specifically, but we're like, dude, we're like, what is even making demonstration possible? It's not about a specific fact.
Yeah, they want to jump over that whole step.
And that is demonstrated to be true, that in rejecting it, one's worldview is reduced to skepticism or absurdity. Now, the response will be, but wait a minute, you just made the statement. Well, then that's where we have to actually get into the weeds and talk about specific worldviews. Not because I have to demonstrate the falsity of them one by one, but simply for the point to illustrate the transcendental point that I made at the beginning. That's why we get into some of the specifics. We try my best to talk to people from different worldviews to illustrate that transcendental point. That's part of the demonstration. Now, the ultimate demonstration is actually showing, well, if Christianity is true, knowledge is possible, intelligible experience is possible, and if that survives the critiques, the internal worldview critiques and things like that, then that's sufficient. Since you only need one transcendental category, you can't have more than one. So in this unique situation, if Christianity is a transcendental category that provides those, then it follows it has to be the only one, because you can only have one. And that's the nature of transcendental argumentation. That's not that'd be true for other forms of transcendental argumentation.
Tom, can we bring Danny up? I'm kind of distracted right now, so can we bring Danny up? Let him finish this guide. Probably Danny has more time than I do right now.
I don't know if you're familiar. I don't know who's talking. If it was Billy or it wasn't Tom.
Then there's this trash Christian. See their whole attitude, man.
Yeah.
At Reformed Theological Seminary.
I've read his paper.
Yeah, we're familiar with him.
Did you read the one? Oh, geez, what's the name of it?
You're talking about the Lord of Non-Contradiction.
Yes. I don't know if it was the Lord of Non-Contradiction. I think it was Logic, Therefore God. And I'm not talking about the entirety of the paper. There's a section of the paper where he actually has a...
The paper, and I know what he's talking about. It's if knowledge, then God. And there's like 4 syllogisms for TAG. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, okay.
By James Anderson.
It's a fairly long deductive argument, but I like it. And I wouldn't have time to unpack it now, but it's definitely an interesting deductive argument for the Trinitarian God along with
that's
these
the Lord of
transcendental lines that I'm talking
Okay,
about.
he's confusing the papers, I think. But he's talking about the Lord. Never mind. This doesn't matter.
But that paper, I think it's called Logic, Therefore God. You might kind of get a better grip as to at least
Yeah,
the
we see the
direction.
problem is that establishing a Trinitarian God by some kind of a priori argument wouldn't establish that Christianity is true. And that's really the burden here, right? You need to give an argument that doesn't merely establish that Trinitarianism is true, but that Christianity is.
Well, the nature of the presuppositional argument is we're not necessarily arguing for a simple data point, i.e., the existence of a triune God. The very concept of the triune God is unintelligible apart from a broader worldview context. So the nature of the argument is at the worldview level. It's not at the, slice this abstract category Trinitarian God and argue just on that basis. We're arguing for a worldview system.
Yeah, you keep saying you're arguing for it, but nobody's seen the argument.
Okay.
Yeah. He's like, just like God, where is he? If God real, why I not see him?
The argument isn't in my sense data, therefore the argument does not exist.
I mean, he's like, okay.
Yeah, so we just want an argument that establishes that in order for intelligibility or knowledge or whatever to be possible, right, Christianity has to be true, right?
Okay, well, that was the deductive argument. That was the deductive argument I gave.
Yeah, but
right?
the
So
problem
if
is that you didn't give a reason for anybody to accept the first premise of your argument.
I did give a reason, and then I said.
What was the reason?
In rejecting it, a person's worldview is reduced to absurdity, and they don't have a grounding.
That's just the claim.
So that is the assertion. He's laying out the argument. If you have an argument to the contrary, let's hear it. Stop telling him what he needs to do. He's followed the fundamental rules of basic philosophy.
Okay, here's what he's doing. That's just the claim, right? That's what he says?
Well, it's the first premise, yeah.
If you don't like my claim that Jesus is the absolute, then what alternative claim is absolute?
Yeah.
You like that?
That's basically it, right? Present the alternative, or I'm going to assume that you agree.
It's really Jesus' self-claim, because Jesus claimed, I am. So when he says I am, that's the absolute identity state. He's saying I'm the principle of identity. I'm self-consistent, self-contained. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. Nice point.
Claim that we're that's just the claim that we're skeptical of, that we want you to establish. So what's the
why is the skeptic skeptical of that particular claim? The true skeptic doubts everything all the time. Why are they focusing in on this
argument that establishes that?
The part of the way it's established is the other.
Why are they suddenly not skeptical of the framework that they think is needed to give to Eli to make an argument? Why are they not skeptical of that? Like they rely on things, inconsistencies in unity, but deny that, trying to be a skeptic, right?
When they ask for an argument there, he's actually abandoning skepticism and dogmatically inserting his conceptual scheme of like what an argument should be like and all these things.
Yeah, it's a great way to put it.
I just want the argument.
No, well, that's part of the argument. So for example, you have to understand what the nature of
No, actually, I just want the argument. Just give me the argument in premise, conclusion form.
No, because I'm now giving you an answer to my first premise that you're disagreeing with. The answer is
I didn't ask a question.
Okay. All right.
He didn't? Oh, he's like, I didn't ask a question. I had made some demands and you're not meeting them. Is that what he's saying?
Asked for an argument. Is there an argument that establishes that
All right. The answer is.
I didn't
okay, you
ask.
think that
I didn't
Christianity-
ask a question.
All right.
I just asked for an argument. Is there an argument that establishes that that claim is true?
I'm not going to have this sort of conversation. All right. I'm telling you, when I'm defending the first premise as a transcendental premise, okay, if you disagree with the premise, which is what you're supposed to do, if you disagree with a deductive argument, right? When you disagree with the first premise, which is the transcendental premise, you are saying then that Christianity is not the necessary preconditions for knowledge. Okay. Now, how that's demonstrated is you now need to show me, as part of my argument, give me your worldview, and I will demonstrate that given the truth of your worldview, it undermines its own categories. That's the nature.
Yeah, nice. So that's like he's using that pivot now. Like this guy's made him defensive enough to where he's like, oh, well, you know what? I'm not going to do what you're requesting. Go ahead and argue the first premise or give me your first premise.
I'll predict what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Well, my worldview could fail to be true, right? And it still doesn't follow, right, that Christian worldview, right, is the necessary worldview.
You've seen this.
No, I don't remember what he says. I'm guessing.
I don't remember. No, I know, but it's like a common thing. Like they want to take a neutrality stance, which is not.
Do that.
What's that?
I bet he's going to do that. Yeah.
No, but aren't you pointing out like also like the neutrality that these guys try to take?
Yeah, he is treating logic like it's neutral. Yeah.
Well, logic itself would be neutral, but his reason they treat.
No, it's not neutral because we think logic comes from Jesus.
Well, yeah, the
He's
metaphysics is not neutral.
He's acting like there's a neutral territory we can debate from, like a neutral conceptual scheme. Put it that way.
Well, sure, but I was thinking more like he's trying to be agnostic or neutral. He's like, no, I'm not making an assertion against your premise. I just want to know more about it. And Eli's like, no, you don't understand. Like,
oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like you're
that's the refusing to give your view.
Well, you were talking about dealing with this a little bit recently too, right?
Yeah,
they don't want to give anything.
Then you're like fighting someone who's in the shadows, and you're like swinging and missing because there's nothing to hit because they're always.
Yeah, you're in there like, okay, so you guys want me to make an argument and make the argument for you, and then do audience questions too. Like you said something like that. It's pretty funny. Like you're doing all the work for them. The audience member too, right?
Yeah, but then you're doing the impossibility of the contrary by showing that a worldview is not true because there's some kind of contradiction on its own grounds. But when I asked you about that, that's what you said you weren't doing. You were saying that you were showing that the other views the other views that are possible are impossible due to the Christian view being necessary. So which is
yes. No, it's both. That's why I said it's a two-step.
Okay, well, if it's both, then you can give the argument why the Christian God and only the Christian God is the necessary precondition. Go ahead.
Okay. So now when I give my reasoning for that, you're going to disagree, and part of that disagreement is part of the argument. In your disagreement, you're going to have to give a competing worldview system.
Yes. He's just bringing them right to it. That's great.
It doesn't matter. Like, it'll just never. Oh, I missed it. I stepped away. What did Jack say?
He's pointing out it's a two-step process.
No. What did Jack say that even if my worldview is false, it doesn't prove your point?
No, he's not there yet. But it's just Eli's just I'm just pointing out. It's like he's gracefully drawing him in. He's like, this is what happens next. You disagree with the premise. I understand that it's a two-step process, and this means this is where you talk about your worldview to compete with it. Like he's in the ring with him. He's drawn him into the ring. There's no way out now.
Yeah, there is.
Well, obfuscation, distraction, and mockery.
We'll see.
Yeah, but the point is like that's where it is.
There is no way out, but they'll just be stubborn.
Yeah. In which I can give an illustration as to why the point of my argument stands. So it's not just me standing here talking. It's what the transcendental discussions are worldview analyses. We have to analyze worldviews. It's not just what I'm arguing here.
Go ahead and give it.
Yeah, well, I already did. I gave my premises.
What?
You disagreed with the first premise. So now I'm saying, fine, give me a worldview that grounds intelligible experience and knowledge.
But is there anything in our background beliefs that would?
That's literally how the first premise is defended. It welcomes competitors to demonstrate that this claim is actually
Then it seems like you would agree with us.
Because of the nature.
Yeah, I love it.
That's why I told you it's a challenge. It's a gauntlet. Remember?
Yeah.
It's a gauntlet. We're challenging you. Can your worldview account for the transcendental categories?
You're using them already. Don't deny that you're using them, right? Come on.
Sure, because of the nature of transcendental arguments, they are indirect arguments. They're indirect. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I interrupted.
So then it seems like you would agree with us that there's nothing that we are committed, there's nothing that we believe that would commit us to that premise.
Well, you don't have to commit yourself to that premise, but part of the engagement with the argument is to actually present a worldview that grounds intelligible experience, and by doing so, you falsify the transcendental premise.
Yeah. So there's two sides of this. They either that I reject the premise and then offer an alternative, or there's something that you would say that I believe that would rationally commit me to the premise. And it seems like you agree with us that there's nothing that.
Can you repeat that again? I'm trying to follow. I don't know if I follow your line of reasoning there. Can you repeat that again, or maybe expand on what you just said?
Yeah. So it seems like the dialect is shifts to either me giving you my view, and then I can be right or wrong about that. And that's what Josh kind of highlighted. Just because I might give you an incoherent position doesn't mean that all things that are non-Christian worldviews are.
That's correct.
There's that direction, but then there's the other direction that there's a question about whether you and I agree that
positive
I believe that would commit.
It's like if all we did was a reductio, what he's saying is true. That doesn't prove Christianity. That's why we have the positive case, where we make an argument that if we start with Revelation, we solve hard solipsism. If we start with Revelation, we solve the problem of induction. That's the positive case, anyways.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Get me to that premise in question. Seems like you agree with us then that there's nothing that you can offer to support the premise or that such that we would be committed to the truth of that premise.
Well, again,
wait. That we would be committed. So he just tried to resell, convince me. We're not convinced. Is that all he did?
Isn't that a very fancy way to say I'm not convinced?
Yeah, that's all he did, which just puts a burden of unreasonable magnitude.
So, optically, that sounded very intellectual.
Yeah, I guess so. But when you think about the substance of it, yeah.
It sounds germane, but optically, but then you think about it, it's not.
You can even hear the fail at the end, though. Listen closely, watch.
Then that there's nothing that you can offer to support the premise or that such that we would be committed to the truth of that.
See how he bumbled that? I mean, it's just like little things like that, and I'm thinking, what was that he just said? I'm like, he's just reselling. It doesn't sound like we're convinced.
Premise.
Well, again, when you're talking about committed to the truth of that premise, that's going to be very subjective. I mean, there are people who aren't committed to all sorts of premises that are perfectly valid and true.
Yeah, but I guess the question is, when we ask for the argument of that premise, what we're asking for is there any line of reasoning that you could give us such that we would be committed to the truth of that premise?
Convince us.
And it seems like
a gas. It's like he's already given the line of reasoning, so this is just gaslighting.
Yeah, if he understands it, it is gaslighting. But if he doesn't understand it, it's not quite that. But yes.
Yeah, but he should understand that.
Well, he's a philosophy teacher.
Yeah, he should know.
But he's a young dude. But he's super annoying.
He just looks young.
That you don't have such a thing.
Well, I mean, okay, so
he he made assertion in the positive there too, didn't he? That he doesn't even have that, which is interesting because if you think about what someone's asking for when they're saying convince me, and then they're saying you don't have that, it's sort of a truth tell in the fact that like I'm just not going to be convinced no matter what you say.
For the argument of that premise, what we're asking for is there any line of reasoning that you could give us such that we would be committed to the truth of that premise? And it seems like you're suggesting that you don't have such a thing.
He's saying,
okay.
Assume my worldview and then prove it. He's saying, assume Jesus is not ultimate and then prove Jesus is ultimate. It's just stupid.
Yeah, Eli has moved all the way to this point of where their worldview is in question. He walked them through everything, and this kid's coming in with "Convince me, God," as though none of that conversation happened.
Okay, so the nature of transcendental arguments, so we can take, for example, an item in which we agree and ask what the necessary preconditions for that item is. And that's precisely what the nature of the argument does. It's asking, for example, if I were to say X is the item we agree on, then we ask what are the necessary preconditions for X. I think that's fair. So I
think we're talking about a different premise. We're talking. You said that the premise when question was that to reject the initial argument, initial premises of the argument, our worldview amounts to absurdity, and that's what we're skeptical of. And it seems like you're saying that you don't have any line of reasoning to provide as to commit us to the truth of that premise.
Well, my invitation is to demonstrate that premise is wrong, because that's the way
that's
it's
shifting the
illustrated. So
burden.
it's not shifting the burden. It's not shifting the burden of proof for the reason.
We're just asking
asking
you whether there's an
So shifting the burden is questioning how they know things in their purview.
The argument is shifting the burden because it's a challenge, I guess. The whole thing is, I don't know. So this just goes to show you, like, in my view, Eli has been basically perfect. You know, I guess he's not Jesus, but like for this context, I mean, like, I can't think of like he answered them perfectly as far like 10 out of, I'm saying 10 out of 10, right?
Got you. Yeah.
It doesn't even matter. So think about Jesus too. Jesus actually is perfect, was perfect when he was here on earth. And I'm sure he encountered people just like this who Jesus could give a perfect answer and they're still just going to act like this. So
yeah, well, I think part of the nice thing about it is us watching it after the fact and appreciating it, you know, and the other people that may be doing the same, utilizing it, carrying it on, learning from it.
Argument that supports the claim or not. That's just a yes or no question.
No, it's not a yes or no question, because the nature of transcendental arguments is indirect. Now, I told you that if God exists and he reveals himself, he can reveal himself such that we can have a knowledge of his existence through general and special revelation. Okay. We have coherence. We have a worldview context in which individual data points have coherence as they reflect God's creation, his purpose, his intentions for facts and the meaningfulness of facts.
Sorry, is that an inference?
Within the Christian worldview, that makes sense out of knowledge.
Yeah, but is it an inference? That's what I'm just trying to get clear on. Is that an inference in support of the claim?
That is my claim. That is the nature of my claim.
I'm not asking about the claim. I'm asking if there's an inference that supports it.
So
yes, well, the thing that I'm inferring is the transcendental necessity of.
He's equivocating on metaphysical assumption and argument. So he's giving, so for a reason, there could be an epistemic reason, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or explanation. But there's also a what's the word? Principle, metaphysical principle. So X exists because of a metaphysical principle. I know X because of an epistemic principle. So there's two different reasons, and he's equivocating. What Eli's giving, he's giving a metaphysical reason, which is just my metaphysical assumptions. That's the metaphysical reason, as opposed to an epistemic reason, which would be an argument. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, and he's asking if it's an inference, which is implying
It's epistemic. So what Eli is saying is like ontological, and then he's asking an epistemic question. So it's like a category error thing.
Yeah. To say it's a category error, it's you could say misframed question is another way. Like it doesn't
loaded question.
Yeah, loaded question, because why does he want him to get to admit that it's epistemology or an inference, so that he can just point back to how does he know type of skepticism? Is that where he's leading him?
He's asking a metaphysical question, and then he's demanding like an epistemic response.
Right, but I'm saying, as the skeptic, do you know where he's going with that? Like, is he trying to lead him into, you just think you know, but
it's an optics thing. Okay, so he doesn't care about. So you're thinking like you care about the truth, right? You got to put yourself in. Imagine someone that literally doesn't care what's true.
He just wants to make Eli look silly in some way. He's not. Yeah.
All he cares about is optics. So optically, if I sit here optically and act smart and confident, like, you know how Smokey is all fluff, just act confident. What's the argument for that? Why should I believe that? See how I'm putting myself in power? I'm the power. Me lead ape. Ooh, me lead. Me. See? You explain.
Right. He's still.
Me head ape.
So he's going, the optic he's going for there is just to get Eli to go, okay, I am inferring it. And he has nowhere else, you think, to lead him after that? It's not that important. I was just speculating what the skeptic would be doing with that. But yeah, I agree that it's optical, but it doesn't matter.
Point I'm making, which again is why I'm asking, if you disagree with that point, I'm asking then why doesn't someone present a worldview that actually combats my first premise? That's the way I'm defending my first premise. The point of my argument is to show, yes, give a competitor and we can talk about worldview analysis.
Yeah, okay, but so
he's like, I was being nice and I'm putting the dukes up. All right, now somebody raise their hands and speak up. Let's go.
One
just
of the ways
to be clear, is that there is an inference in support of the claim?
He did it again.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, see, I've asked that question multiple times now. And
I'm trying to understand.
If you didn't understand what I meant, why did you go through that detour rather than just say, I don't know what you mean? Do you understand what an inference is?
Well, if you're saying that I'm coming to a conclusion based on a data point, if that's what you mean by inference, then I guess I think I know what you're talking about. I'm trying my best to kind of understand. I know these words could be ambiguous unless they're clearly defined. If you're saying an inference that you can look at something and then infer or draw a conclusion based upon what I'm observing, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking then.
Yeah, so it's some kind of rule-governed process from a set of premises to a conclusion.
Some sort of rule governing process. Interesting. It's interesting language from an unbeliever.
Right?
Okay.
By some kind of inference rule, let's say, something like that.
Okay, so if I say that the Christian worldview provides the necessary preconditions for knowledge, and then I say there's a God, he's revealed himself, the worldview that I'm espousing gives context and meaningfulness to knowledge because data points, okay, like facts, only have meaning as they relate to other facts. So there needs to be a system, a philosophy of fact that undergirds the intelligibility of interpreting data points. Christianity provides that. And so not only must I presuppose that to make sense out of what I just said, I could also infer that fact given that because a fact is intelligible, there must be a system of facts that makes it intelligible. And I'm arguing that that's the Christian worldview.
Wow, that was well said.
So, and I bet the response is going to be, he's going to be like, you can't make an argument because I say so, basically.
I didn't hear an inference in there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get clear on whether there's an inference that supports the claim that to reject the Christian worldview, one could not have intelligibility. Something like
Because that's the nature of a transcendental, right?
Insane.
If it's
Isn't
by
it
the possibility of
insane?
the contrary,
It's just you're not going to be able to. You just got to hang in there, man.
Total Stonewall.
Yeah.
it's an indirect proof. So a direct proof would be something like, and I guess in giving a deductive argument, that's a form of direct proof, but indirect proofs don't typically get presented in deductive arguments. The only reason why I gave a direct argument is so that people can kind of see the line of reasoning I'm trying to follow. But transcendental arguments are typically indirect. They're proven by the impossibility of the contrary. So it's not inferred in the exact same way you might infer some other fact, because the fact of God is not the same as the fact of any other fact. It's unique in its transcendental necessity.
So is it a yes or a no?
I mean, I don't know how to answer your question if I just explain I think I explained myself the best.
I'm just asking whether there's an inference or not. I've asked that now probably about 6 or 7 times.
Well, what are you inferring at this point, Mr. Inference Question?
But don't I look so smart as I ask for an inference?
Yeah, but he's not. He keeps asking the same thing, and Eli's going into like a detailed response that includes revelation and inference unified, and he's just keeps asking for a damn inference. Great test of patience here.
I'm saying that the Christian God is necessary for the intelligibility of inferences.
Yeah,
that's the
claim. That's the claim that I'm asking if there's an inference in support of. Is there one?
I don't know what
cliches, dude. Cliche. That's the claim. What's the inference? What do you mean by that? What's the argument? It's just cliches.
Yeah.
So you didn't understand when I tried to explain what an inference was, you didn't understand.
I thought I did, but I guess I don't. So I do apologize.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. If you don't even understand what an inference is, then I'm just not really sure.
He's like, well, I've reduced you to just giving up on the inference argument. So maybe your whole worldview is just, you're not making sense.
Now he pretends. This is so sleazy. So now he's like doing this thing where he's acting like Eli doesn't know what an inference is. Eli doesn't know what he's talking about. That's not true. It's total gaslighting and like fake optics. No substance.
Yeah, it was a pretty poor attempt. Some people do it more elaborately.
How the discussion can proceed. Because that's what we're interested in. The inferences.
I don't see how we can proceed from there. You've given 45 minutes of answering all sorts of questions, but this particular inference I'm looking for, I think it's a game changer. I think it's going to stop this altogether.
I'm just not really sure how the discussion can proceed, right? Because that's what we're interested in, right? You've made a claim. And we're looking for a justification for the claim. And I think the people here are only going to accept an inference as a justification, right? We're not going to accept an appeal to an intuition or something like that, right? So if you don't actually know what an inference is, it's not going to be. I
mean, I would start to ask, okay, this is getting wild. Let's lay out the inferences that are acceptable in your worldview. And if you don't mind me, I'm going to ask how you might have inferred these knowledge claims and so forth and so on. So let's go ahead and get that laid out.
An inference is if P then Q. So,
yeah, but I mean, if you're listening to what this guy is saying, he's like, we have to stop here, I think, and everyone's on board as we need this inference just to this particular question. This is a perfect, way to lay out, like, okay, give me a list of what exactly you want here and how that's what's needed, how you have the authority to say this is where we stop and this is where the problem is, all that, right? This dude, like you said, is taking authority in a different way, right? He's like, we all realize that you don't realize what an inference is, so we have to stop here.
It's just framing. He's framing it and like putting Eli in a bad light, not representing what's actually happening. He's just
the judge and jury, right?
He's framing it so, like, look at me. I know what inferences are. I'm the judge of what's true. I'm the holder of logic.
Not going to see how your claim is justified, right, if you don't know how to provide an inference for it.
Okay, well, when you say inference, I'm reading the definition here, and maybe you can help me. Would you agree with this definition of an inference? Am I still on? The sound went off. Huh?
I can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I thought. So I'm going to read this definition of an inference, and then maybe you guys can tell me if that's what you mean. Okay, is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so an inference, a conclusion reached on the basis of evidence and reasoning. Is that what you're asking?
Well, I want something more, a little bit more specific than that, right? I want
a little more specific than the inference. But you know what an inference was. So
it's not genuine. He's just going to say no, it's just not genuine.
No doubt.
Want something, I basically want a deductive argument because I don't think.
Oh, so you don't want an inference, you want a deductive argument. Instead, you change the menu because he looked up the word that you said he doesn't know.
So a transcendental argument is not deductive, though. So he's trying to force the argument to something it's not.
Well, it can be put in a deductive syllogism, right? Well, but it's not classical deductive argument, right? It's a transcendental argument.
Yeah, there's 4 distinctions. So, like Eli mentioned one, it's nonlinear. Deductive arguments are linear.
Yeah.
Arguments nonlinear. Another distinction is it concludes with a transcendental. A deductive argument cannot prove a transcendental. Another one is what I talked about, how it's simultaneously making an auxiliary argument with a reductio. And then there's and also there's an inherent circularity to transcendental arguments, where because the conclusion is a transcendental, the conclusion would be like a necessary precondition for the argument.
Right.
But that's not question begging circularity, that's inherent circularity. And so nonlinear, it demonstrates a transcendental. So those are the 4 distinctions. But anyways.
Yeah, no, that's good. And that'll probably come up again. I appreciate that.
You're making a claim that could be supported inductively or abductively, right? Because you're claiming that all other worldviews necessarily would be self-contradictory or something like that, right?
Well,
So-
I'm saying you only have one transcendental. So if one is true, if one perspective is true, then all the other ones must be
Yeah.
false.
So what I'm interested in is in a deductive argument, right? And so basically, what I want are a set of.
So you're given a transcendental argument with articulation for 45 minutes now. But what I want is I want you to give me a deductive argument the way I want you to give it.
Give me what I want, what I really, really want.
Premises that entail a conclusion by some set of inference rules, right? But if you don't actually know what those things are, right?
How did he go from wanting an inference to that question to wanting all this? Like, when did the menu grow?
You don't understand what a deductive argument is, what an inference
Well, I gave a
rule
deductive argument,
is.
right?
No,
And I
no,
give it-
that's not the argument in question.
Okay.
Right?
Well, but not.
I was asking.
You make it deductive the way I like it to be deductive.
Yeah, I mean, what is going on here?
I'm just saying, dude.
Asking whether there was a deductive argument that establishes the
Like, what's your name again, dude? You know, like, who is this?
claim.
You know, he's famous. They all think he's the smartest atheist debater. Do you know that?
And no, I didn't know their take on him, but I mean,
His name's Jack Angstreich. Yeah, he's kind of like.
Oh, that guy? Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah, I thought his confidence was strange, but he just got schooled on the definition.
Do you see his picture? It's like a high school picture from like the 70s or something. Like
Yeah, maybe some black framed glasses, maybe.
No. It's his pictures on the
Oh yeah.
video, Jack, with the. It's like a high school yearbook.
I got you, but no, I didn't know that was him.
Okay, guess who that is? Guess who that picture is?
Oh, it's Darth?
Yeah, they think that's Darth's high school picture. So he's trying to dox Darth there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, a dox attempt is still a felony.
That just shows you. I mean, this guy's mental.
No, but that's the guy talking, right? Yeah, I could tell there's something going on there. Like he just totally went from wanting that inference. Yeah. When you read the definition, though, his whole tune changed, dude.
Yeah, you could hear the wind leave the sails. I guess you can read it. Oh my gosh, I'm talking to someone who can read from a dictionary. I don't know what to do now. Okay, I'll just do a bunch of blah blah deductive this premise to
Yeah, this dude's interesting to me, right? But maybe we'll see.
Okay. If one were to reject the Christian God, right?
Okay.
One could not have intelligibility.
So can I repeat something back to you, and you let me know if that's what you mean, and then I can, because again, if you're asking for a deductive argument, so for example, I gave a deductive argument. Are you asking for a deductive defense of the first premise?
That's right.
Ah, okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, that would have made sense if someone said it that simply. So I do apologize if that was confusing. I suppose I don't know how to put it in deductive form at this very moment, but I know it has been put, and I have put it in deductive form somewhere. So that's a good point. Now that I understand what you mean, I can go back and try to formulate it, and next time I hop in the room, I could share it. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. But see, the thing is,
so I would say too, at that point with him, like, when I do that, we've got to move on to, you making a distinction that you disagree with it and have an alternative worldview. What's that?
I did it with him. So I gave him, P1, the Christian worldview is a necessary precondition. Intelligibility exists, therefore Christian worldview, right? He goes, okay, I want a deductive argument for P1. I did it. I gave him a disjunct. I say, like, we reason with reference to Jesus and or without reference to Jesus, right? That's a disjunct. And then I said, reason without reference to Jesus is impossible. Therefore, we must reason with reference to Jesus. And then I gave an argument for that, why premise 2 of that, why it's impossible to reason without. I don't remember that syllogism off the top of my head, but I have it somewhere written down. And that syllogism has to do with like epistemic bootstrapping. That basically, it kind of ties in that you'd have to like just assume your epistemology to get to your ontology, or assume your ontology to get to your epistemology. Like it's a cart before the horse thing with ontology and epistemology. So due to epistemic bootstrapping, you have to reason with. So I gave him what he asked for, and he just goes, "I don't see how that follows." I gave him like so many arguments. He doesn't care.
You're talking about Jack.
This exact same guy. I gave him what he's asking for.
Oh, okay, excellent. So he's just gonna keep saying he wants.
He'll go. I don't see how that follows to the first argument. That's the next move. Now it doesn't follow. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. So the fact, you're right. It makes it difficult because it's like, okay, the fact that you don't follow it is not an argument against it. We've established that.
Well, it's just BS. He's just BSing.
Has he been asked what his argument against it is, though? Like his worldview? Does he not do that?
He's the one where I said, okay, Jack, you're right. The Bible's false. Now I have no standard of truth. So when I wake up tomorrow, what's my standard of truth? I didn't answer.
Oh.
So it's a game. Like he'll just keep moving the goalposts. That's what he's been doing, right? He just moves the goalposts.
So when he asks for like a syllogism of a premise, you can't say to him, okay, I'm going to give that to you, but after I do that, I assume you'll disagree in some way or another.
Say it doesn't follow now. That your second argument doesn't conclude with like making the first argument.
Right, but I'm saying, can you set up a way of saying, I'm going to answer you, but in doing so, knowing you'll disagree, I
No.
need you to then.
Yeah, he will find. It doesn't. There's nothing you can do.
He won't take a positive stance. Is what I'm driving at, right?
No, they will never defend their view. They will never do it.
Yeah.
So they must know that it's true, that our argument's right. So think about that. What if he knows what we're saying is true and he's doing all of this on purpose?
Well, they say they know the script, so there you go.
We're not going to be interested in a question-begging argument. So
that wasn't question. That's not a question-begging argument. There's nothing that said that was question-begging.
It certainly he must realize that if he gives his worldview, that it's going to move in a circle as well. But he's not going to give his worldview in a formal argument, but it'll still be circular.
His worldview is just brute facts. It's like stupid.
But the authority on what's a brute fact and what that means circles back to his autonomous reasoning, right?
It's arbitrary because, well, the critique of brute facts is like, how do you know you have the right set of brute facts? Like, what if?
Well, yeah, what's the authority?
So the set of brute facts is going to be arbitrary because there's no reason why. Because different people have different brute facts. So, like, take for example.
Then they're subjective facts.
One philosopher might be a dualist. One philosopher might be a monist. Another philosopher might be an atomist. So those are three mutually exclusive ontologies. And so it's like, well, whose brute fact is right? So it leads to like relativism, arbitrariness. There's no reason. So it's just arbitrary.
Yeah.
That's why I think we got to keep just being like, you're being arbitrary, like hammer it on them. Like mercy without mercy.
Yeah, and get them maybe to commit that arbitrariness is not allowed at the onset.
It shouldn't be in a debate. If we're having a debate, you shouldn't. To me, why if we can be arbitrary in a debate, well then God exists because God exists.
That's right.
That's what we're doing. Is being arbitrary. So what's the point? And if we can contradict ourselves, again, God doesn't exist and God exists. So we can't debate unless like we have to at least have no contradiction and no being arbitrary. Like those are the like basics of the debate.
Yeah, it's another assumption that you have to point out a lot of times to get them to stop trying to abandon every single thing.
It's like
they have to commit to these things they're using.
They can't even step onto the court to play. Like Bonson had an analogy is like,
yeah.
Does Michael Jordan have to play every single basketball player to show that he's the best basketball player in the world? You know, it's like you have to get on the court and play him and beat him.
Yeah, they don't want to get on the court. They want to stand from the sideline and ask for inferences.
Absolutely not.
No, I didn't say there's anything you said that was question begging. I said we're not going to be interested in a question begging argument.
Of course,
right?
Yeah, no one's.
So if
interested
you
in
formulate a deductive argument, it's only going to be of interest to us, right? If we accept the premises in the argument,
of course,
or if you can show us why we need to accept the premises in the argument.
If we accept the premises. This is no.
Did you notice the ego? Now that I point out the ego part of it, you notice how you just see that power like explain.
Well, he's doing the we thing. The we in this room will only accept this. Like, where's that from?
Because he's putting himself. He's the leader. He's like, you see.
Is he known? Is he kind of known as the leader though? Like
yes, yes,
yeah,
yes.
Okay.
So it's like a total alpha thing.
No one's talking about fallaciously question begging.
But see, the thing is, plenty of people here have been familiar with presuppositionalist argumentation for a long time, and I'm talking about like over 10 years.
Sure.
Hey, Jill, you're going to
and,
hell.
we're not aware of there being any such non-question begging argument in the literature.
Well, I don't know of any question begging argument in the literature. I don't know what you're referring to. Transcendental
so
arguments are not
you seem
uniquely
to think you seem to
transcendental.
think you seem to think there isn't a non-question begging argument that establishes the truth of the Christian worldview. That's
You know what I hit him with here? If I was saying, I'd be like, well, what rational authority would obligate me to like reason in a consistent manner as opposed to begging the question? That's what I ask.
Yes.
Philosophical literature, right? And I just don't know where it is because, there are people who've gone through, Van Til's writings and Greg Bonson's writings and so on.
This is so stupid.
He's like, I just don't know where it is.
Yeah, we've searched high and low for this argument. We can't find it.
Oh, dude, it is pretty funny how into this he is, though. Dang.
We put together a committee and they went on an expedition hunt for this argument, and none in the committee found it. So we've done our inductive survey. Now you got to do yours and disprove every worldview.
You've never been able to find that argument, but you sound like you're very confident that the argument exists somewhere.
There is no in the literature. There is no presuppositional argument in deductive form that's question begging. Absolutely not.
Yeah, no, I didn't ask you that. I asked you where the argument is that establishes.
Why does he only have to tell him things that he asks him specifically, by the way? That's an authority thing.
So I think he's going to cite a James Anderson paper, and then he'll go, oh, we read the paper, and there's no argument in the paper. Like, there's no argument. And just because people just because he's got that leader status, people just won't, like, research that what he says, like, so dumb, or whatever.
Because you said you formulated it somewhere and it exists elsewhere. Yeah. So I'm just asking, where in the literature is it? Like presumably it's in Van Til or Bonson somewhere. I would
say the argument is summarized in Van Til. A lot of people who don't understand a little bit that's confusing about Van Til is he comes from a continental philosophical tradition in which they're not known for formulating strict deductive arguments. That comes more in the analytic tradition. So that's why you have the difference between Van Til. It can be a little confusing if people don't know that tradition. And then you have someone like Bonson and James Anderson who's more analytical. So you'll probably see
James
more,
Anderson's is not a presuppositionalist.
Yes,
so that's not going to help.
That's also
he is a presupposition.
Yeah, that's insane. I've read his papers. He is. Yeah, I've emailed him about. He's writing a book on it. Just lying.
No,
I know him personally. Okay. Well, I know him personally. I know he is a presuppositionalist.
But in any case, James Anderson.
Yeah, I know him personally. That's awesome.
No, and he has no shame, and he'll still. It's disgusting.
He's like, I know him personally. No, he's like, but in any case, he's not.
Okay, well, you know him personally, but who's the leader of the pack? I'm the boss here, and all of my friends agree that I'm right.
Anderson doesn't have an argument that we don't have a good basis to.
Okay,
reject.
well,
right.
Was he glossed over that?
Where in,
I know him personally. He didn't respond to that. He just let that sit there. Like he's right against. He's acting like he. Think about the arrogance. Not only does he act like he knows more than God, he's literally going like, "I know more about your friend than you do." Imagine that.
It's kind of weird.
That's weird. Weird.
He's like, he's in the room with me right now. He's like, I don't care, regardless.
He's on the phone with me. He's confused that he doesn't
want my inference. He's asking for all sorts of stuff since he wanted his simple inference, man. This guy, very demanding.
And Bonson
one second. Hold up, time out. Okay, you made a claim there. James Anderson has published peer-reviewed material on transcendental arguments. I have no idea what you're talking about. That's just clearly false.
No, I'm not saying he doesn't have arguments. He has arguments.
And they're not question
I'm just saying, I didn't say they were question begging. I'm just saying we have We're
Now
familiar
there
with
are
his
arguments.
arguments, and we have good grounds to reject them.
Now there are arguments. Now.
Yeah, right.
Okay, now the goalpost has changed. Oh, okay. Now so this is Martin Bailey. Martin
Yeah.
Bailey, that is
Tom Daly.
the Martin Bailey fallacy.
No, I don't know it.
Okay, so Martin Bailey. Okay, I forget which is which. So like, you make a strong claim, like no gods exist, and then someone's like, "Do you have any evidence for that?" And then you go, "Well, I don't believe gods exist."
Oh,
So it's like you make a strong claim, and then when you're pressed, you retreat to a weaker claim. It's called a Martin Bailey.
Okay, that's what I've been calling backpedaling, basically, but I didn't.
Okay,
yeah, fallacy formally, sure.
That's a better way to put it, but that's a fallacy.
Right on.
So I think the argument that you want is going to be something stronger than anything James Anderson has to offer. So presumably Bonson has that, right?
James
Has
Anderson's
that
a
argument
PhD.
somewhere?
He's a
Well, I'm
PhD.
saying that, no, I'm saying
Oh.
because Bonson doesn't usually lay out things in deductive form, at least in his writings. It's probably more in his lectures, but it really depends. But it's irrelevant. The points, the main contours of presuppositionalism can be placed in a deductive
Yeah,
argument.
but that's
just as
not
you
what
can-
I'm asking. I'm asking where.
Oh my god.
It's all about what he's asking right now. He sounds a little. He sounds like he would say, Darth sounds like in a way that he doesn't like Darth.
Geez, what are the odds he can just never seem to answer his questions? Not even one of the questions, he can just never answer it right. Jeez.
Yeah.
Has it been done? By what scholar? In what text?
Well, James Anderson has put transcendental arguments in deductive form. Now, if you have a basis for rejecting them, that's fine. But to say that they don't exist anywhere,
I wasn't denying that James Anderson had arguments, right? I was just asking where the argument is that you have in mind, right? So in other words, the formalization of Van Til's argument.
Well, there are many formulations of Van Til's argument in John Frame and James Anderson.
Yeah, so
I'm confused.
where does Frame give the argument in support of the premise that I
in the book?
I mean, I don't
in
have the
deductive
reference.
form?
I don't have the reference in front of me right now, but if you take a look at
How long would
apologetics,
it take you
one
to
second.
find
Well, it's not my job to find it. You're asking me to find a reference. I'm not going to run and grab a reference everywhere you ask, but because it's really irrelevant to me. All you need are the basic principles of presuppositionalism, and one could formulate them into a deductive argument if they wish. Now, whether they're able to defend the argument, that's another point. But the fact that they're in deductive form and someone can place them in deductive form, I'm unaware of a deductive presuppositional argument that.
It's really just a matter of he doesn't like it. The form is valid, but Jack doesn't think the first premise is sound. But
he doesn't care.
He won't take a position.
It's literally he doesn't care about truth. That's as simple as that. It's like an emotion. Okay, you're thinking logically. These people think emotionally. You gotta remember that.
Well, but I mean, he is oddly logical too, though. He's hyper focused.
But is he? But it's all like the illusion of logic.
Well, no, I'm saying he has a hyper focus that can catch people off guard. I can already tell. Like he has a way of. He's throwing Eli off a little bit, but not completely.
Not really.
I mean, no, he's stalling for sure. But what I'm saying is, what was I saying?
Well, it's just gaslighting. Eli has like thoroughly answered the question. He just pretends like he doesn't.
Oh no, he has to take a stance. Like that's what he won't do. Like I'm wondering if Eli's going to get there. Like, look, I understand you're challenging the soundness of the first premise. That's what's happening, right? But he won't actually challenge it with a competing worldview. Wouldn't you say it's another way to just point out like the crux of the issue here?
Yeah, I think Eli's done all he can. I think this is just like Pharaoh being stubborn. It's like no matter what God does, think about all the things like God would do. God would like show all these like miracles, and Pharaoh would still like not believe.
Well, true. But what if like I'm just trying to think of this particular scenario here. It's almost like if someone's saying like we need the inference or the justification for the first premise, and then Eli says, you know what, I'm not sure I can give that to you right now, but interestingly enough, what if I didn't have that? Are you able to disassemble the argument now? Like what happens then? In your opinion?
Well, I mean, I asked this guy, like, let's say you're right. There's no standard of truth. Well, what standard of truth should I use? And he didn't answer.
Well, yeah, that's right. That's in the same vein. Well, that's like a more meta level.
Yeah, but
but
it's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
He just won't answer. That's what I'm telling you. It literally nothing you can say. It's literally that situation. It's nothing. Jesus himself could like appear before him and he'll go, I'm having a hallucination.
Is question begging. Now, if that's not what you're saying, that's fine, but it's kind of confusing, some of the statements you're making. I
Yeah,
think
well,
are-
I'm saying.
Actually, you know what a
we
good
don't
Bible
know of any place.
to quote the Bible to support what I'm saying. Remember the Lazarus, hey, Jesus, let me rise from the dead and warn my relatives about this terrible place. Even if you rise from the dead, Lazarus, they will not believe you. They have the law and the prophets, and if that's not enough, they will never believe.
Yeah. But you can still point out how they're being logically fallacious and uncooperative, where you're being cooperative too. Like Eli's being very cooperative.
Mm-hmm. But it's really just you got to get in your head that some people because you care about the truth. So you're thinking like, oh, other people care about the truth. But there are people like this guy that literally do not care at all.
Well, there's different demonstrations of the truth within the conversation too, though. Like knowing what he's going to do, you lead him down a path that's something he can't deny, where you're pointing out how he's deceptive, right? Within him being receptive. So the viewer only and the listener gets the perspective from you, the clean approach, and also pointing out the deceptiveness, dismissing the interlocutor effectively at the same time.
I think it's also good to tell people that if they're going to be doing what we're doing or what I'm, and doing, you got to realize there are people that will just you can be perfect and it doesn't matter. That's just a thing.
No, well, that's what I'm saying though. It's not about the interlocutor himself for the most part. That's just a stage for a wider audience now and in the future. That's how I think you should think of those things if you're getting involved. Like you look ahead, right?
Yeah.
So your display at that time is frozen in a sense, and it moves forward.
But right now he's trying to do, but this is all optical. So the audience sees, oh, Eli's not making an argument. Oh, Eli doesn't know what deduction is and all this stupid stuff. This is what the audience is seeing. Oh, silly Christian, irrational Christian.
Yeah.
That the support for the first premise, right, appears in non-question begging form in any presuppositionalist literature.
Do you
Now,
know
that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist somewhere. Maybe it does, right? And we just haven't found it yet.
Yeah.
People we know have, gone through Van Til's and Bonson's writings looking for that argument, and they haven't been able to find it. So I'm just asking you where it is.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look through references and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, just let us know when you find it.
Sure. And I do have a question though. So you said that you don't know of any non-question begging presuppositional arguments in deductive form. Are you saying though that you only know, and you can say that that's not what you're saying, but are you saying that you only know of presuppositional arguments in deductive form that are question begging? Is that what you're saying? Or is that not
That's right, yeah.
See, so that's funny. So I'm not. So
now
I'm
that
not
you're
aware.
here, Detroiter, can you comment on whether James
well, one
Anderson
second.
He doesn't want to defend that claim. See? Yep. See how it's intentional. I'm telling you.
Well, yeah, that was obvious. Dang.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question real quick though? Can you give me a reference? If you have a reference, if you have something specific in mind, then it's okay if you don't. Where a presuppositional argument by a noted presuppositionalist is given in deductive form and is question begging in one of its premises.
That's a great question.
When you
I'd like
say
to see
noted
that.
presuppositionalist, what do you mean by that?
Oh my God.
Okay,
What do you mean by
someone like
that?
a James Anderson, John Frame, Greg Bonson, Tom Notaro, any person who is considered quote unquote a leading presuppositional thinker who's written on the subject.
That was a great question.
Because I
by
would
you.
be interested
I
in,
didn't think of
if
that. It's a good question. That was a great question.
Yeah, definitely.
if you can find a deductive argument with a question begging premise, that would interest me because I do study these issues and I try to take note of those things. And it's okay if you don't know a reference.
Well, what's question begging is when they say due to the impossibility of the contrary, right? Which we have no reason to reject. So we have no reason to accept. Only somebody who already agreed with the
this is the
argument
substance
would accept
revealed. No substance. And notice how look at how Eli goes, "Oh, do you have a reference?" And if you don't have one off the top of your head, that's okay. Notice how Jack, Eli, do you have a reference? Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. See the difference?
Yeah. Charity.
Yeah, can I say a couple of things quick?
Would you say?
Yeah, go ahead, Troy.
Would you say that all transcendental arguments are question begging?
No.
Okay, so then.
Wait a second. If he's
It
saying
literally would be, yeah. That's he's so stupid, dude. This is the head atheist genius.
I thought he said he's looking for the one that isn't question begging.
He goes, "Where's it begging the question?" Oh, when they say impossibility of the contrary. Well, they all say that, so then they'd all be begging the question. He's literally just saying things like it's like no thought into this.
Then what you just said makes no sense because in its form, there is nothing different about a Van Tillian transcendental argument and any other transcendental argument. The form, there's no difference.
Question begging has nothing to do with form, though.
Yeah, that's
I'm talking about the nature of the claim. So if you were to take, for example, a transcendental argument, you say, y is the necessary precondition for x, right? X,
That's not a
therefore y.
transcendental argument.
Oh my God.
Okay. All right.
That's not.
They don't need to interrupt him. But, well, they just don't want to hear him. They expect to break his confidence, and it's not working.
Proverbs 18:2. The fool doesn't want to understand, only express their opinion.
Yeah, nice.
All right.
But anyway, Detroit, go ahead and say what you were going to say.
Well, I was going to say something about John Frame, but he's sort of a presuppositionalist in the sense that he thinks that God
John
is a necessary
Anderson,
precondition for these
James
things.
Anderson, you mean?
James Anderson. He doesn't, as far as I know,
You don't even know his name, but
I
you're
wouldn't
an
characterize his arguments as presuppositionalist arguments, from what I've read of him. But he is a presuppositionalist in the first sense, in the sense that he thinks that God is a necessary, whatever.
Yeah.
I just want to say
he would
quickly
categorize himself between James Anderson categorizes himself as being somewhere between Greg Bonson and John Frame. So there are some differences. It really depends what one is going to say is a quote unquote genuine presuppositionalist.
So it was Ben Frame.
Right.
Ben Frame. That is John Frame.
I don't know if that's a joke or anyway.
Right.
Just quickly on what because here's the sort of inference that we'd be looking for, that I would be looking for, right? You say that
and by the way,
have some data.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick. If you can speak slowly, I'm going to jot this down because I'm very much interested in making sure that if I'm saying something unclear, these kind of conversations actually help me clarify. And if there's something like a weakness on how I'm presenting it, I want to know that. So I do appreciate you guys pointing this out. So let me just, so inference.
So
okay, go ahead.
I don't think the word transcendental is actually very appropriate here. So I'm just going to not use that. Here's a the general form of the argument you're trying to make, which is what you just said a few seconds ago. Right? There's some data or some fact that we presumably agree to, X, right? In this case, it could be that we have knowledge or that there's intelligibility, however we want to think exactly about that. And then you say, Y is the necessary precondition for X, or is at least a necessary precondition for X, where Y in your case is something like Christian theism, whatever exactly, something like that. At the very least, the existence of some God. And when I understand necessary precondition, that suggests to me that there's some strict logical entailment from the one to the latter. In other words, X entails Y. Necessarily, if X, then Y.
Okay.
Right? And what else does it mean for it to be a necessary precondition? You can't have one without the second, right? And if I'm looking for support for this conditional premise, is this X is or Y is a necessary precondition for X, I'm going to look for a logical inference from the fact that X to the fact that Y. Right? So I'm going to have some inference, some chain of reasoning that starts with X and concludes with Y. If you could show that, just draw it out, to some like logical.
Is he? I'm thinking about what he's saying. Is that going to be drawn out into an infinite regress? Is he going to just keep asking what the next thing behind that is?
This goes to Troyer. He's a philosophy student.
So he would know about the infinite regress, right?
They're just going to do the thing where, like, what's the argument that, like, God is necessary? And then they're going to go, I'm not convinced.
So if they're not convinced, that means they hold belief.
You know what's if you ever watch a flat Earth debate, it's the same thing. So the sphere Earth person will be like, here's the sphere Earth model. See, the sphere Earth model works. It allows us to navigate. What's your model? Well, I don't have a model. I'm just not convinced your model's true. Well, why aren't you convinced it's true? It works. Well, I'm just not convinced. The evidence doesn't convince me. NASA's faking it. That's basically, all they're doing is saying, I'm not convinced. That's personal incredulity, or like the appeals to ignorance or stuff like that.
Right.
Proof.
Sure.
Then you would demonstrate it.
Okay, so can I make sure if I'm following you? So if we say if we say Y is the necessary precondition for X, like, so if X is some data point like knowledge or logic or something like that, you're looking for the inference that
it should be logically impossible to have X without Y, right?
Okay. Yes. Okay. And so, all right. I see. I think I know what you're talking about when you say inference. So you want a line of reasoning to show that Y, for example, is in fact the necessary precondition for X.
Yes, and importantly, the logical inference you can't be using other non-logical premises in your inference, because otherwise it wouldn't show that this is logically.
What is he saying is non-logical?
I think he's talking about the metaphysical assumptions. Remember how I was talking about
in other categories? He won't use it. He won't use the term. It's not appropriate.
Yeah. So basically, it's like, show why your metaphysics is necessary, but you can't mention your metaphysics or something like that.
No. So he's putting trying to put a pejorative on transcendentals by calling them non-logical premises.
Yeah, I suppose, because there would be like non-inference.
But how is he using logic?
I think remember when Jack was talking about the inference? Remember I told that whole thing about the inference? Like, to ask for an inference for your metaphysics is like a category error.
Right.
So he's just doing the same thing. He's saying non-logical instead of like metaphysical assumption. You're non-logical.
That's an ignorant. That's an obvious ignorant take. It's more obvious than Jack's, I think. But that's what I'm saying. People use logical in a funny sort of traditional way, like not logical, and they use it as not reasonable, right? You hear that? this, you hear those used interchangeably, right? Oh, that's not logical.
So the content of the argument. So the argument is the inference, right? Within the content of the argument is the metaphysics. So that's like the substance of the argument. You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
So then they're saying, give us like a like you make your inference work, but you can't use the substance of your metaphysics, because he's calling the metaphysics the claims, the non-inferential claims or the non-logical claims. But that's just the worldview. It's so stupid.
Okay.
I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense.
I think you're making a point, and I'm just I was focusing on the use of logic is used in
logical. Because remember when Jack was saying, like, because your claims about ontology and epistemology, they're not like inferences, they're assumptions. But so it's an argument about our assumptions. So the assumptions are within the inference. There's assumptions baked into the inference as a substance. And then he wants like those to be inferences or something. He wants the assumptions within the inference to be inferences, is what he's saying.
Okay. And in the kryptonite obviously is how he would be able to account for like being able to question you and what he's relying on to prove that you're wrong, which will never come up.
It's like a when you break it down to what he's saying. So he's saying, so I'm making an argument for my metaphysics, that I'm using an inference to argue for my metaphysics. And then he's saying, okay, but I want an inference for your metaphysics. I want an inference, but without the metaphysics. That's what he's saying. But it's like, hold on, the whole inference is the substance of it's an argument about metaphysics. He's like, well,
right.
I want the argument without the metaphysics.
Similar to what they're doing at the beginning with Tom Rabbit breaking apart.
It's impossible. It's impossible. There's nothing he can do to say to that.
Well, they want to break up the unity.
It's like literally like assume God doesn't exist and then prove God. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, abandon your worldview, improve it.
In your inference, because otherwise it wouldn't show that this is a logically necessary fact. So in other words, you have to start from this first premise, the certain claims characteristic of Christian theism, whatever. You could separate that into multiple premises if you want. Okay. And from that statement or set of statements, just applying standard inference rules of logic, you conclude, therefore, sorry, if we just go the other way, from the fact that we have knowledge or whatever, you can derive the characteristic claims of Christianity.
So would okay, so getting back to what, I forgot who I was talking to before. So would having a deductive argument in defense of the transcendental premise of my previous deductive argument, would that be helpful in seeing the line of connection? So for example, if I were to say, if knowledge is possible, the Christian worldview is true, and you're going to say, well, wait a minute, defend that. Would a secondary deductive argument in defense of the first premise help see the line of reasoning? Is that what you're saying?
It's not just that it would help it, right? It's the point. The point is that the first premise, as I understand it, requires that there is such a chain of inference, or that you could in principle make, right? It's saying that there is this logical connection between these two things. It's necessary, logically speaking. So that means there is some logical connection between them. And for people like myself who don't accept that, there's a logical connection of that sort.
Okay.
We want to know what your logical connection for not accepting that is. That is what never comes into the conversation.
Showing the connection is going to help me, right? If we don't have some reason to suspect that there is a connection like that, I don't see what the point in engaging this sort of argument is.
Okay, I got you. Well, thank you. That's helpful. I'm going to get.
So him not seeing the point of engaging in the argument that he's already engaged with sounds like a personal problem. More
Yeah,
than
it's
anything.
all feelings. They don't. It's like they bring emotions to a logic fight. They don't. That's what I was saying. It's like pointless. All these. This is the whole den of like people that stalk and harass Darth. So this is the mentality. Like this is. It's just a total demonic. It's brain. It's bad. They're. I don't know. We know what they are.
Wow, yeah, they're slippery, man.
Go back to the drawing board and see if I can construct deductive connections. Because a lot of my conversations that I have are pretty informal. So it's not that I'm laying out premises and things like that. So that would definitely be helpful. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, let me be clear. I'm fine with having the informal discussions.
You know what they
for
did?
example, in the sense.
In later videos, you can see, or I've heard them talk about this. I go, we asked that Jack guy. I asked Eli for a formal argument, and he never got back to us. So there is none. So now he uses that as like a defeater for pre-sub.
Well, dang. Eli.
That I'm fine with talking about the various commitments.
I think Eli
that I
realizes
make on my view and what we need.
What's that?
Eli probably is like, well, I could give him a formal argument, but he's going to move the goalposts. Like, it's pointless.
Yeah, they're going to ask for more deductive arguments.
By knowledge and whether I think we have knowledge in the way that you define it and so on.
Sure.
You're probably not going to like many things that I have to say about that, but whatever. Those are things I'm going to say.
That's just the nature of disagreements.
Yeah,
but I
mean, I feel like Eli could say something like, well, when I do get that argument back to you, you might disagree, but I'll get it back to you. But ultimately, it's really going to come down to the nature of all this, and what it's getting to is you're going to need to express why you're disagreeing with me or holding belief that opposes that I'm establishing my position with Jesus being the truth as the metaphysic. Like that is coming up, right? Like you guys are going to eventually present that, because I will get that argument for you, but that is the next step. Like when you say it in a manner like that, I wonder how they react. If you can get there with them, you know what I mean? You're just kind of leading them and going along with them and saying, eventually we're going to have to get to you taking a position.
Why do you think that? Like, obviously they won't. They just will never do that.
Well, no, if you outright say it like that, I'm wondering like how they'll respond. Like,
I think it's obvious. They're just going to do the same. They do the same thing every time. Like, let's use induction. How are they going to respond? They're going to just do the same thing.
Well, no, you've said it to somebody in that manner. You said, I'm going to answer you, but after that, it's going to lead to you needing to take a position.
Yes.
Okay.
They don't care.
I'm glad we got that worked out.
It's true. I have no problem with the informal, but when we're talking about stuff like this, I suppose it requires us to be more specific. So having formal formulations of this would be helpful. And so to that end, I would agree. That's something I would benefit from going back and formulating and perhaps presenting something like that, in the future to be more precise. Because I know you guys are looking for specifics since we're making kind of grandiose claims as Christians. I get that.
Well, there's two issues that come up though with the informal discussion that we might have, which is that the discussion might be fine on its own, but with respect to this transcendental argument, whatever, there's two issues. One, even if you're able to show that there's some contradiction in my view, or even like, I don't know, it's a contradiction kind of central in some of my commitments or something like that. That's
he's actually getting into his argument here, though. That's good. If there's actually some bleeding internal consistency right at the core, it doesn't mean that you're right. Is that where he's going here?
Two issues. One, even if you're able to show that there's some contradiction in my view, or even like, I don't know, it's a contradiction kind of central in some of my commitments or something like that. That's going to do very little to demonstrate your claim that all non-Christian worldviews are contradictory, or that Christian theism is a necessary precondition for these data. It would just show that my view is wrong. But okay, that's not doing very much.
Yeah, the transcendental claim is not simply because your worldview can't account for something that automatically ipso facto makes the Christian worldview true. That's not the.
But then why is that the conversation that always ensues, right?
Because that's what illustrates the point. So it's.
But it doesn't. My point is that it doesn't illustrate it.
Oh, okay.
Right. All you're able to show is that this one view has some contradiction in it. That does little and if nothing to show your overall claim. It's not an illustration at all.
Okay. All right.
What I think my ultimate commitments about reality are just some view. So I can just change my ultimate commitments. So they have no commitments.
Yeah.
So they don't care about truth. That's what.
But they're asking you to solidify that for them for some reason.
They have no ultimate commitment. They have no stand. They have nothing. They have nothing. There's a meaningless chaos. They have no ultimate commitments.
But they know you're wrong.
Yeah. Why would they even? It doesn't even make sense for them to argue.
So in other words, you have to. What your claim would have to do is rule out not just my view, but any other worldview that doesn't make precisely the commitments you think characterize Christian theism. Or
okay, well, let's just start with yours. Let's just wipe yours out. That's fine.
If you have no ultimate commitments about truth, why do I have to do anything? Why do you care? Why are you arguing with me?
Yeah, no obligations here.
Precondition for
so what you're saying then so then what you seem to be saying is that the only way to prove my argument is that I inductively demonstrate the falsity of other competing views, which just completely misunderstands the nature of a transcendental argument. Transcendental arguments are not required to do that by the very nature of transcendentals. That's what I'm saying. So you're right that demonstrating the falsity of your view doesn't automatically prove my view, but what automatically proves my view is the positive case that given the Christian worldview, we can have intelligible experience.
That doesn't demonstrate it either.
Yes, because you can only have one transcendental, unless you're going to argue that there can be multiple transcendentals that provide the necessary preconditions, which doesn't work.
But that's different though, right? It's one thing to say that on Christian theism there can be knowledge and intelligibility, and another thing to say that Christian theism is a necessary precondition for knowledge and intelligibility. I'm saying that demonstrating the former does little if nothing to demonstrate the latter. There could be all sorts of views that are consistent with there being knowledge and intelligibility.
No, that's the nature of the claim, and so that's where we say, hey, well, part of this argument is the engagement with our premise. Like, give me an example.
Right. He's just trying to say, well, there could be a bunch of other people that think differently. No, this is the engagement that this argument brings in, which you've avoided for an hour now.
That could be, right? If someone says, well, I don't want to give it the worldview where there exists one molecule, and that would be intelligible.
It's JP or
JP,
yeah. To prove your point, well, I can give an argument, but I mean, you're not going to agree with the argument. You have to give illustrations where we can actually give evidence. If I can use that example, falsifying one worldview is a data point in favor of the transcendental argument, which is demonstrated on its own basis.
It's of negligible support, right? In fact, I would say it measures zero. It's like nothing.
See, now they're in epistemology in ethics, and they don't want to be there. They're saying, well, no, we know this, and you think you know that, and this is the right way. That's where you want to start pointing that out. All those obligations.
I would say what you say is negligible support depends on your ultimate commitments already.
Pulling back to the metaphysic, sure.
Right. It's like there's nothing to demonstrate your claim. So, well, but you're wrong, right? And here's why, right? So if the claim is that all other views are inconsistent with there being knowledge and intelligibility or whatever you think the data is. If you can show that this one view or whatever view I'm able to present to you doesn't accord with the data, is not consistent with the data,
sure,
then that's true. We can rule out some views as being possibly true.
Yes.
But that's not showing that all other views
Smuggling
apart from the
in.
one that you
Yes,
affirmed
I agree.
are said.
He's smuggling in data is intelligible, like apart from a conceptual scheme.
Right.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I don't think you're understanding the basis for
Right.
the truth of the transcendental argument is not the falsification of a particular non-Christian worldview. It's not what I was saying.
But then what is the basis then?
Okay, well, I'll repeat it again. It is the positive case that given the truth of Christian theism, knowledge and intelligibility is possible given Christian theism.
But hang on.
If that's true, given the nature of transcendentals, there can only be one view.
Yeah,
now, of course,
right.
Nature
Do you see the prompter smuggled in
given
Buddhism?
Christian theism.
Did you see the prompter right there? It's smuggled in Buddhism, dude. Intelligibility is possible given, Buddhism. What's that? What is that?
The AI is against us.
Knowledge and intelligibility is possible given Christian theism. If that's true, given the nature of transcendentals, there can only be one view.
Yeah,
now, of course,
right. So
now, of course, we can tickle the person. Well, 1 second. We can tickle the person's curiosity, but what about this view? Then at that point, we're just giving various illustrations. The illustrations don't demonstrate the point of what my positive case was. It's reinforcing that positive case.
Yeah. So like the initial case I took you be saying was that, if I can show that on Christian theism there can be knowledge and intelligibility, of course, I think you would agree that that would be insufficient, except in light of the additional fact that there can be only one view that is consistent with there being knowledge and intelligibility. So that's just making just like burying the fact, the burden in that further claim.
That's the nature of the Christian system. So when I say the Christian,
he thinks it's burdening because he's going to need to bring more to the table. Like, we're all having an intelligent experience. How can you say something like that? He doesn't seem to understand it's about epistemic justification, that your worldview can't provide an account for why that's the case. I'm not saying you don't know things and you can't be reasonable. I'm saying you can't make an account for that.
I think maybe we need to be like a drill sergeant where you like mentally break them down to nothing and then rebuild them back up with the Christian worldview because they're not. It's like that's what they need.
That's what they want to do to you as well, in reverse.
Christian worldview. I'm saying that given the nature of the case, you can't have more than one transcendental unless you affirm that you can. If you affirm that,
but then,
how about you guys affirm anything? Especially all these rules that you're throwing at them and these guidelines and brackets that you want to put them in.
Yeah, it's been an hour. I mean, they've said a lot of things that would have metaphysical baggage, but they're not committed to anything.
Yeah.
None of them have committed to anything.
Just, we don't think you have enough. That's what they've committed to.
We got how many people, how many worldviews have we heard as a defeater? None. Okay.
But then that's the further claim that I'm not going to accept. And so then I'd be looking for some inference for why, if there is any view which can accommodate knowledge and intelligibility, there can be no others.
So you said not going to accept, like, okay, don't have an argument. The interesting thing about this is, think about it. He's not going to accept, but he will not bring forth an argument. For him not to accept it, he had an argument in his head that he won't reveal.
Oh, you know what would be a good idea? What if, like, you're in a position of Eli in one of these situations like this, and every time they don't answer you, you keep statistics of how many times they're dodging or pivoting.
Yeah, a little counter on the screen would be cool.
Yeah, and then you could bring up, hey, this is like the 5th time you pivoted. I'm keeping score. That quantifies it. And then when you quantify it, then that will, because people love numbers. right? And then that will register with that'll optically look good.
Yeah, it's some extra work, but I don't disagree with you.
Well, okay. So are you of the view then, and this will helpful to me?
Mm-hmm.
Are you of the view that there can be multiple transcendental categories that sufficiently ground intelligible experience? So that
I don't know what a transcendental category is.
Okay. Logic,
I don't know what a word means.
Intelligible.
Basically, I don't know what the thing that I'm saying I won't accept from you is.
Oh my gosh, it's so dumb.
What he said something there too.
He's also explained what it is, like whatever.
Yeah, no, he's like slowly working. I mean, he's like, it'd be kind of helpful if I could kind of get your view on one thing.
These
like,
people listen to Darth Dawkins all the time. You tell me he doesn't know what it is? He knows what it is. He's a philosophy student. It's just, how do you? He's in the Darth Dawkins fan club here, with the Tom Rabbit. He's a paid member of the Tom Rabbit fan club, but he doesn't know what a transcendental is, and he's a philosophy student. Yeah.
That's not good.
Accommodate knowledge, intelligibility. There can be no others.
Well, okay. So are you of the view then, and this will helpful to me?
Mm-hmm.
Are you of the view that there can be multiple transcendental categories that sufficiently ground intelligible experience? So that
I don't know what a transcendental category is.
Oh my God.
Okay, logic,
Aristotle's
intelligible
categories,
experience, knowledge.
Kant. You're a philosophy student.
I know what the things you're talking about. I'm not sure why I call this transcendental categories. What about them?
Oh my
God.
Well, then how do you understand those? See, this is why this.
I'd go through them one by one. I could explain it. It would take a few minutes.
Well, yes, that's fine. But I'm just saying this is why we talk about worldviews, because now we're going to be talking about these categories independent of broader worldview context. That's why I was talking about the importance of worldviews at the beginning of the discussion. That's why I said that. That's why in transcendental, this is why when you have these conversations, as you guys know, the presuppositionalists, whether they're annoying about it or not, and I grant you that presuppositionalists could be really annoying, there is often talk about laying out the worldview, and what I do see is the Christian laying out their worldview, and there's disagreement there, of course. That's the nature of the debate. But a lot of people don't show their hand and their worldview so that it can't be critiqued, so that some of those illustrations, those data points that support our transcendental claim can be shown. You see what I'm saying?
They don't. But the point is
that disagreement there, of course. That's the nature of the debate. But a lot of people don't show their hand and their worldview so that it can't be critiqued, so that some of those illustrations, those data points that support our transcendental claim can be shown. You see what I'm saying?
They don't. But the point is that I don't know if I'm going to repeat myself here. The data points do not support it.
Right. Well, you say that they don't because.
Well, I can explain why they don't.
We actually disagree. Yeah. So
okay, it's quite trivial why they don't, right?
Okay.
Like, look, if I have a bag of infinitely many marbles, right, and you say at least one of the marbles is red, right? I pull out another marble, and I say at least one of the marbles is. This is a bad example. The point is,
you can start again if you need to.
The point is, you're wrong.
It's like an interesting hypothetical, but it's not going to get to the truth of the falsity of whether God exists.
I don't even understand where he's going with that. He's trying to make it.
You want to say?
Yeah, if you both pick out a marble and you don't open your hand, Eli, and you say like, open your hand and we'll see if you have the red one, and then Detroit doesn't have the red one, and then you say, aha, therefore I have the red one.
Is that why they're hiding their hand? What is this?
That's not exactly what the analogy that I'm looking for.
Well, that's pretty good though.
No, I know it isn't, but I'm trying to explain why showing that one worldview is incompatible with the data does not.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what he. I don't know. Oh my God, you have to laugh at these people.
Demonstrate your claim, and in fact, does little if nothing to actually demonstrate your claim.
Well, okay, so how about this? If and this will be helpful because what I like to do on my channel is I like to the best of my ability, and I suppose I'm not the best at doing it, but to clarify various misunderstandings of presuppositionalism. So if you think that your analogy with the marbles are
let me give you a better analogy with the marbles.
Okay, but here's what I want you to do because I do have to leave in like 30 seconds, and I don't know. I mean, I'm new to Clubhouse, so I'm not sure if you're able to do this, but if you can jot down your analogy through text, I'll take a look at it and talk to some friends of mine who can think logically through these things. And we'll see if we can come up with an adequate response to it. Because I want to treat your side fairly, and I want to make sure I'm properly representing where you're coming from. And I also want to be able to sharpen my ability to defend my view. So I would appreciate that after we're done here, if you can private message me just a brief little outline of the point you're trying to make, and I'll try my best to address it, maybe in a future video or something like that.
Okay, I'll just say it very shortly here. Suppose you have a red marble.
You're gonna go into it anyway after you say he has 30 seconds. You can't stop.
And you say all the other marbles are red as well. That's saying all the other marbles are red is the analog to saying that all other worldviews are incoherent or something like that. And suppose we pull out a marble and see that it's red.
Okay.
Well, okay, in a sense that's consistent with your claim, but there's like infinitely many, or at least a great number of other marbles in there. And showing one of them is red, there's little, if anything, to show that they're all red.
The correct marble.
Okay, so if you could.
The analogy doesn't work because if you had the correct transcendental, that would falsify all the other transcendentals. So the correct marble or whatever, right, would falsify all the other marbles. There can only be one. Like he's trying to say there could be like two absolutes or something. So.
Yeah, I mean the marble analogy is going to fall short of transcendental categories.
Well, he's saying there could be two. He's saying, okay, well, maybe this is the sufficient foundation for the transcendentals, but what if, there's some, in the future, we figure out there is another sufficient foundation, but there can only be one. Like, it doesn't make sense otherwise. So remember, like I said, it's in his analogy, it'd be like if there was an absolute that could say it's sunny, and there's an absolute that says it's going to be a hurricane. Like one of the marbles would declare that reality is such that it's sunny. One marble says reality is going to be a hurricane. What happens?
Lack of it's lack of internal consistency, pointing out that their evaluation of you is going to be inconsistent as well.
And then and also there's an independent relation. So the absolute would. So there's three types of relations. There's like a dependent relationship. There's I forgot the other one. So for two things to have an independent relation, to exist independent of each other, there has to exist a higher context to contextualize their independent relationship.
Mm-hmm.
That's the distinction. So that's for there to be two distinct absolutes, there'd have to be a higher identity state, so there could be some relationship such that they have an independent relationship from each other.
You would not get into that explanation.
Yeah, I wouldn't talk about normal.
Right. I see that. Yeah. Good.
If you could jot that down, I do got to get going. But if you could jot that down, I will be sure to look at that, and I'll come up with a response as best I can, and maybe address it in a future video. I can't guarantee me being able to address it the next time I pop on here, because as I said at the beginning, when I pop on here, it's pretty random, and it's not like I have stuff in front of me to make sure I'm careful with how I formulate these things, and I know how that stuff goes. But if you have that point, you think that's a strong point, I don't mind looking at it and thinking about it honestly, and hopefully coming up with a response.
The other type of relationship, it's like there's a mutual relation between facts, like they depend on each other mutually. Then there'd be like a conditional dependence, or that's probably like, so there's like a dependence relationship, a mutual relationship, and then an independent relationship. And you need an absolute to contextualize all those different relationships. So that's where like the unity and diversity. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. conditional, mutual, independent, dependent.
The independent, dependent, conditional, mutual, and independent. Yeah.
Yeah, this is basically it. I thought Eli, I think he nailed it. I mean, I think he did.
Yeah.
Like as best as he possibly could. It's great.
Yeah, and he got like trolled a lot, and he didn't get mad at him or upset.
No, he seemed like genuine. I mean, I don't see what they could really say other than they don't agree with him. Like,
yeah, that stuff makes me mad when they like the stuff they were doing was so like you don't know what you're talking about and stuff. What he clearly like did, and they're the ones who were ignorant.
Yeah, projection, classic.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if there's anything else on the table there.
Oh, it's really late. Yeah. Where are you on the East Coast or the West Coast?
East Coast.
Oh, so it's super late for you. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's probably bedtime, but that was fun. Do you mind if I like, do you upload these? Are these on your channel?
Yeah, just under the lives.
Maybe like I'll clip the part where I'm on it and then upload it on my channel. You wouldn't care, would you?
Yeah, go ahead. That's cool.
All right, man. Well, maybe we'll do the Jay Dyer video another time then. But I think I'm glad we went over that. That was pretty interesting. And
yeah, there's a lot of good in there.
It got you to see like basically Darth's argument from Mr. Rogers' perspective with the same people that hate Darth. And it's basically the same. They're aside from like you don't get the Darth blowing up, but it's the same result.
Yeah, it is. But Eli's articulation was something else too, though, and his patience.
Yeah. What's annoying though is like they asked the same. It would have been cool if they asked better questions.
Yeah.
So they just would ask the same question over and over again.
I'm over their questions. I want them to present, establish a position. Like.
And Eli asked one question about like, oh, so there's these question begging deductive transcendental arguments. Could you show me? Because obviously there aren't. He's lying. And his answer was vague. And then Eli never got to press. I would have loved to see Eli press Jack on that issue because Jack would have caved because he didn't have anything.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he did. He did press him a little bit. He goes, oh, well, if that's true. Yeah, Jack did get pressed and showed that he was absurd, but it seems like when Jack is saying gets pointed to be absurd, he just gets glossed over. Like, doesn't matter. But
well, Jack pivoted too, right? At a certain point when he was about to say, "Yeah, just if you want to offer an alternative to that, you can go ahead." Isn't that where Jack pivoted to somebody else right then?
Jack made two massive blunders. I remember he lied about James Anderson or was wrong or whatever you want to say it. And he
misrepresent maybe
the one I just mentioned that now I can't. No,
yeah, I think he.
Oh, when he said there's question begging deductive arguments, and then he was like, "Oh, where is it begging the question?" He goes, "Oh, when they say impossibility the contrary." Then he was like, "Well, then every tag argument is begging the question." So those are two big blunders, but his blunders get glossed over. If a Christian makes a tiny minute error, it's like the end of the world, and they have to focus on it. But we'll just ignore Jack's blunder.
Yeah, that guy's something else.
Yeah, that was good. All right, well, I'll talk to you later, man.
Yeah, man. Take care. Until next time. All right. Good night, Whitney. Hanging in there. Hope you're learning something from this.